Oh dear, Sandy heard a noise that she thinks is Drum coming
I'm already here, Sandy.
over. Sandy. Sandy, come here. Come here. Yeah, you didn't hear anything. Yeah, we're not going to go check the front door, okay? We're not going to. We're not going to go check the front door, okay? You know, we're not going to do that. So, good evening, Backloggery.
Good evening, backloggers.
I believe I've hit all of the buttons correctly, and I am even at present reducing the game volume so it's not too loud once there's something to hear other than a pleasant stream and chirping of birds. So tonight's stream is brought to you by Kasumi, who
Yeah.
donated for a directorship back in the days when we accepted 5-hour directorships.
Again, ye olden times.
I don't even remember how ye olden times ago that must have been.
Thank you for ye olden support.
So, yeah, Kasumi chose SaGa Frontier, which the only SaGa game I have played through is Final Fantasy Legend 1, and which is, on Game Boy. It's a series that I've always heard described as weird, but they don't really look that weird on the surface. I think there might be some mechanical weirdness or something. I don't really know all the details per se, but I guess maybe we'll find out a little bit about it. So this is the remastered version of SaGa Frontier, originally a PS1 game. I'm playing on, you probably can't see it too clearly because it's dark, but I'm Switch controller. I'm playing on Switch because I mean, since it's a PlayStation game, I would have rather got the PS4 version, but there was no physical copy. There was no physical copy of the PS4 version, unfortunately. Only Switch, and only is an import, of course. But I got it. But I actually have the PS1 version of the game, and as well as SaGa Frontier 2. And I thought before we begin, I would read the description of the characters from the PS1 manual. Because I don't really know who we're going to choose here. I am
So
told
is this Octopath like, and then you like pick a starting character and they meet up,
I,
or
I I'm kind of unclear. I think they're basically self-contained stories. Because like if you go on like How Long to Beat, it's like the average like main story completion time's like 15 hours. And I'm assuming that's probably just like playing one character or something. Because then there's like, it might be 30 hours or 50 hours for, the other completion types. Um, I think there might possibly be overlapping like party members between these stories. Um, and I know that the remastered version added a new game plus feature, so like supposedly it's a little easier to jump into a subsequent story. Um, I've been told to stay away from Ricky because I guess he's harder and maybe mechanically weirder, and also stay away from Loot because he's boring. But otherwise, it's been recommended to do just about anything. I've heard that Reds is maybe a little more traditional. Maybe the Mario of SaGa Frontier. I don't.
don't worry.
I don't know. Let me read you everyone's description from the PS1 manual here. And if I'm not mistaken, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say that there was a character cut out of the PS1 version that is in this version. I assume that's something you unlock later or something, which would be I'd be really interested to know like how they restored that. Because I mean, this like very clearly looks to me like probably just an AI upscale of the PS1 assets. Like if you
I can believe that.
if you look at Loot over here, like I feel like the way his face like squashes and stretches as he like moves from side to side is like a little. Some don't look 100% right there. But for the most part, it's pretty good as far as AI upscales go. I mean, you know, maybe they did a little hand touch up too. I don't know. But it definitely has that look about. I do like the graphics of this game though. Like I've played just like 5 minutes of it before. Like between this and the PS1 version, like it has like it has that like Final Fantasy VII era of background design. Like it looks like that, so it's kind of got a look you don't see much. Blue is listed. We've got, by the way, we've got red and blue from Gunstar Heroes or Pokemon, whichever. I like to think Gunstar Heroes. But blue is a magician destined to kill his brother. Amelia is a woman.
That's it. That's all they give you.
Yeah, well, there's more. I mean, do you want me to read the more or just the short description or the detailed description?
How long is the detail here?
They're like 3 to 4 sentences.
Yeah, up to you.
Well, let's do the quick ones. Amelia is a woman seeking to avenge her murdered fiance. T26. This is written. It's written in the Japanese, not in the Japanese, in the PS1 manual. It's written as T260G, but here it just is T260. He's a robot that forgot his mission. I don't know why that's so funny. And we have Ricky, who is a monster seeking the rings of salvation. And apparently we will not be playing as Ricky. And then we have Red, who is a superhero fighting against evil.
Oh.
And Acellus is a wandering half mystic in search of her identity.
Sounds like Amnesia to me.
And then Lute is a wandering minstrel from Yorkland. From Yorkland. So who we all play as?
Are you leaning anyway here? Or is Kasumi picking? What's the deal here?
Kasumi just ruled out Ricky and Lute. And otherwise, I believe it is up to me.
Forget the name, but the blonde in the water, little balcony thing in the lake
Amelia?
there. Yeah, her story kind of sounded Kill Bill-ish.
Ooh, yeah. A woman seeking to avenge her murdered fiance. She's actually like when you start a new game, she's the one that the character select screen actually defaults to. So she's the only character that I've actually booted up before. I would be okay with that for the sake of vague familiarity.
Seeing strong support for the green-haired lady.
I mean, is she like? I mean, I could see her being mechanically maybe a little weirder because I think she's more of a magic user.
I mean, I'm all for getting weird.
Yeah, but how weird? I don't know if starting off in this game weird is dangerous.
I know nothing about this series, so I'm curious to see some weird, but we're probably going to see weird whichever way you go.
It, if you want to see something terrifying, look up the PS2 version of Romancing Saga. I'm pretty sure it's a remake of the Super Nintendo game, the first Super Nintendo game, and it's I hate its art style. Like the humans look sort of realistic, but their heads are just too big, and I do not like it. It makes me uncomfortable.
Robot support.
Oh, T260 ain't a bad choice. I mean, if that's not a bad starting choice, I could be in favor of robot.
Love a robot.
Who wouldn't love a robot? He forgot his mission. He's old and he forgot.
Relatable.
Maybe I should do robot.
Let's choose.
Let's do robot.
Let's do robot.
We got some artwork. A mech that lost sight of their mission. A mech made from an ancient core discovered in an archaeological dig. They were entrusted with a vital mission, the specifics of which they are unable to fully recall due to memory failure. They set out to rediscover what their duty may be.
Oh, the good old amnesia, but robot amnesia.
Robot is a little different. Playing which mode? We recommend playing with additional content. Allows you to play with new game elements enabled. Oh, okay, I guess.
Oh, director says with.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't need any system data. I mean, that could be taking up like one of my 15 blocks on my memory card. I don't know. I might not want to make system data.
Is that really like a I don't want to save my game option? What does that mean?
Oh no, I'm nervous about telling it my name. Like, what if it like? Does anyone know that if it's going to use this like in game? Because it drives me crazy when like I think I'm just naming a file and then like you have something like Botan Katos where it's like oh like they're actually talking to you.
Oh, progress across characters. Interesting.
I think is that a new feature for the. Oh yeah, Mario Booster's Password. I forgot about that. That's funny.
Oh wow, I forgot about that too. I've been meaning to replay that for a long time now.
I guess. I don't. I don't even. I don't even know what August is associated with. I have no idea. I don't know what blood type I am, so do not answer. Wonder if that comes into effect at any point. Well, I'm looking at PS1 background scrolling by at 60 frames per second. It's a little unsettling.
Old digging in a crater.
Mm-mm. Continued battle impossible.
Tries playing on Switch analog.
Yep.
And also, we have beat Contra 3 on stream.
But together, I don't remember.
Wasn't that together? I think it was.
It was a long time ago. I
It's
kind
been a while.
of don't think we've done that together. Actually, like outside of Hardcore Uprising, have we ever streamed Contra together? Because like you and I played Contra 1 and Hardcore like off stream.
Did we play Hardcore off stream?
Yeah, it was when y'all were here for Lynn's job interview.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't stream it. Oh, ship can now continue mission. Sounds good. I can confirm from my OLED TV that for some reason, whatever this game uses is black is not quite black. It's close, but it's not black. This looks so bad.
Oh. I don't know why. For a second, I thought we were inside the robot's head and an octopus was driving.
No, I think we're no longer in the robot's head, but there's an octopus with a screwdriver working on the robot. As you
That's
do.
handy.
Wait, live robots bring less money?
I mean, you can always kill a robot.
This seems like an evil mech. I do have red eyes.
Hmm. That would be a fun twist if you find out your lost memory is you were going to destroy the world or something.
All of my stats are deplorable. You ought to be grateful. Uncle Taco. I'm guessing it's in Japanese. You're probably supposed to assume it's like takoyaki.
Yeah.
But they just call him Taco. That's pretty great. Oh, taco is octopus? I just know of octopus balls, so takoyaki. I didn't know what the words that make up takoyaki is. Sir Uncle Taco. I wonder if you enter that as like a redemption code in your Switch or PS4, if you get anything.
Get a taco.
Oh, I like getting those. So I wonder what this is about. Make sure you put a G on the end after all I assembled. What? That's weird. So I guess the G is automatically applied to whatever you name the robot.
I wonder if it only does that when you go with the default.
I wonder, but it said G. Remember, it said G in the manual.
Yeah.
The old manual, anyway. Don't goof around. Oh, look! When I hold the run button, I like my arms don't move. I'm just like. Whoosh. I do like the backgrounds of this game, though. I mean, they have like that very like 1997 like background. It's like definitely like pre Final Fantasy VIII, but it's got a lot of like strong Final Fantasy VII vibes. I feel.
Yeah.
Depetrify sounds like a good thing to have around. Snake oil. Removes attribute ailments in battle.
You're a robot. You need oil.
Restores a mech's HP in battle. So would it cure, like I've got 5 cures, but would it not work on the robot?
Sounds like it. Be
Wow,
interesting.
These are very
like I wonder if
expensive.
like cure magic doesn't work on you, if there even is such a thing in this game.
Well, I mean, I'm under the impression that different characters have like different types of like ability points or something. So there's just like a skeleton part of the scavenger town. You can't just bring it to someone's house, but it's an RPG. What a weird RPG. All the stories I've heard are true. General Standard Time. Get your memory card checked. More of this can't break into someone's house. Is the town just called Junk? Combat Arena, Crater, Port.
I feel very strongly about what a proper time to first battle in an RPG should be.
You feel very strongly?
Yeah. It's too long. Looking at you, Dragon Quest VII.
That is a little long, yes. But but is there too quick to first battle? Like Dragon Quest VII? Is that too quick?
What do you mean Dragon Quest VII?
I meant 8.
I don't think there's a too quick.
This place makes me sick.
Why, he hangs out here?
Apparently. Looks like junk. Gotta be strong. Scenario log has been updated. Is that something that I can? How is that like story? Is this a new feature? Like to let you know like what to do or something? Oh, the kid isn't even in my party. That's a lot of... Looks like there's a lot of room for potential party members on the screen here.
Yeah?
Fighters are romantic. Okay. Don't get busted up. Oh, evil genius. Oh. Suddenly battle, even though the music didn't switch to a battle theme. So let's see.
Heat rocket.
SaGa. What's the... Oh, I've got like 1 ammo for it? Huh. Oh, is that just like summary of the round?
Weird.
I mean, Baten Kaitos does that kind of, but it feels more necessary than that. a tractor.
I mean, like I said with Phantasy Star 2 a few weeks ago, there's nothing I hate more in an RPG where you can't see what your max HP is. Well, in the menu,
Oh,
it only gives you your current. So I can appreciate them taking the time to let you know where you stand.
gathering data. Recharged. Broken bumper. Okay. Did that do anything for me?
Mechs power up by getting data from mechs they fight in battle.
Oh, so yeah, so in the original saga, Final Fantasy Legend, like there are humans, espers, and mutants, or is it monsters? There's only 3 classes, I think. They're called mutants or monsters, and I think humans just level up normally with like experience points, and mutants level up by like at the end of battle, they like monster meat might be dropped and you eat it and you might level up. I think you might even like lose stats and you might even turn into another monster. And then I forget what espers do, but like the mechanics for how they power up are all different. So do I want to fight a variety of enemies? Like, is a variety of different enemies like better for upping his stats?
It kind of sounds like you only want to fight a mech.
Oh, so there's no reason. I mean, I assume I'll have other types of characters in my party eventually.
Yeah.
But like, so there's no reason to fight anything that's not a mech to gain power for this guy. Interesting. Combos. Huh. Can I just like save any time? Will I fight a different mech if I fight again? It looks like it. Well, I will. Mechs get new skills from other mechs. Oh, stats come from what they have equipped. Oh, the battle layout is different. Okay, so I have... Why is my sword 0 out of 50? Oh, I'm hurting. Gathering data. Oh, there's like trophies there? Is there like a third one? Oh, can I Aha. So basically, you just equip accessories. every slot on the robot is an accessory slot, I guess, maybe.
Huh.
Which is kind of funny, maybe.
I'm kind of into that.
Although I don't know. Does not increase number. So junk parts is literally junk. Ooh, the next one will be tougher. We'll see about that. You're next. Did anyone say why I have 0 out of 50 on my sword?
Not that I
But
saw.
then there I have 50 out of 50 sword. But on this screen, I have 0 out of 50 sword. Wait, why does it say 1 out of 0 rocket? Are these like reversed for some reason? Like between left and right? What's going on here? Oh, would that mean that's how much it would use? Like maybe it means I need 1 and I have none, and I need 0 and I have 50 something MPs.
Sounds like it.
Ooh, that didn't do much. Oh, yeah. Gun cart. Right. Huh. Seems that does more for my stats than it seems to list on that screen. Weird. Okay, so those trophies I don't think actually mean anything. Oh, people have left. No more fighting today. Ooh, backpack. Enables items to be used at will during battle. Does that mean I can use items that I'm not equipped with? Or is that a one-time use item? Oh, I do have money. Oh no. I thought dead robots were worth more. What are you complaining about? They can never be revived. I'll beat up anyone. I would have liked to have saved first, but whatever. Maybe it auto-saved while I went into the other room. Oh, okay, so now I have like, instead of an item menu, I have a backpack menu. That's cool. Not that I think restore an ally with biological matter. So, unless, what if? That hurt a fair bit. Oh no. Oh no.
Wiped out.
Wiped out. So there was an autosave there.
Apparently it autosaves in every room.
I'm sure that's a new feature. I wonder if I can leave and go buy a recovery item. In junk. Let's go buy some junk and junk. Well, these aren't expensive.
Well, tries buying junk. I just want to apologize if I cough on mic. I got a cough that's for several days now. No idea what's going on there. I do have a mute button though, so I'll try to minimize it.
I have not heard the cough yet.
You just missed one.
Bummer.
I did test negative for COVID though. So
oh, you
hooray.
actually got your result back.
Yeah.
Well, did Lynn?
No, I took mine like 2 days after Lynn, and she hasn't got hers back yet.
But if you got a negative result, that probably means her result is also negative.
Probably, but our symptoms are totally different, which, can happen with COVID. So I don't know what's going on.
Would you rather kiss a stranger or a weird neighbor?
Gonna go with stranger because you're not gonna see them again.
Yeah,
probably.
I guess, yeah. This is probably about right. I mean, and I probably am the weird neighbor anyway, so. Can I get like a reload for my weapon or something? I'm guessing I'll like start every battle with one rocket is what seems to be happening. Like, I don't know if I can recover it by like defending or something. Does anyone know?
Oh, thank you, Marky. I feel fine. I just have a cough for the most part. But I don't know if Try wants to be in the same room with me.
I mean, you could also be sick and I mean, I don't want to be sick in any way. So
Yeah,
whether that's
fair.
COVID or flu or cold. So
So I guess hopefully this goes away in a day or two, and I got some, couple buffer days to just make sure before next week.
I mean, you know what? I
Well,
actually thought about if we wanted to. I actually have like, I Corey and I got review codes of Streets of Rage 4 originally, but I obviously being me, I bought a physical copy. So like, if you wanted, I could drop off the physical Switch copy at your house and we could play it online. This is an option.
Interesting. I will leave that decision up to Marky, whether he wants the camaraderie of an in-person brawl.
He just dealt 44 damage. I have 44 left. Sounds like repair kit time. No issue with online couch co-op, but wait. These two terms are opposites. I like the colorful monster fade effect. Or enemy fade effect. The confirmation feels a little oversensitive. Like sometimes I like double tap just by like holding the button. Thank you, Sir Uncle Taco. Hey, you're pretty good. You don't really look like a Terminator. Sounds more like a Working Designs line. You've got broken bumper. Oh. Oh.
All right, now you got brand new junk.
Oh, I think you're right. But I've got Pendragon, which a junk helmet, which I don't think I had before. So that must have turned into those. It's interesting. Is this the original translation or for the, I'm sure there's little differences, but is it like basically the same translation or is it different? Oops. Really strong. Is everyone coming to me for further problems?
Welcome, Captain Aham.
The crater, you say? Buck, buck, buck. Oh no, he's been turned into a hat. Oh, it's an elevator.
Would you rather take a vaccine with lifelong infertility or get dead with a microorganism?
What?
Wait. I didn't quite catch that. Would you rather?
It said, would you rather take a vaccine with lifelong infertility or be dead with a microorganism? How about the one that is not be dead?
I mean, when you think about it, you're infertile when you're dead, too.
I mean...
You're not wrong, Kasumi. You're not wrong.
There's a dog, weird looking dog mage here. Am I like building my party or something? Wonder Dog. Oh.
Yeah, I'm starting to see what people meant about this game being weird.
But I mean, I've generally heard that about the series as a whole, and I think this is one of the weirder ones.
It makes me wonder how, like, cohesive the style of the series is.
I mean, I think the others, I mean, they were talking about a little bit in the pre-stream. I think the others are generally more of a sort of traditional, medieval-ish thing. But I know, like, there's also, like, some, like, kind of sci-fi or futuristic elements in, like, Final Fantasy Legend 3. I actually played most of Final Fantasy Legend 3 back in the day, but I didn't quite finish it. Yeah, SaGa Frontier 2 has more of like a, you know, more of like a sprite-based style rather than like the pre-rendered graphics. As far as I can tell, there doesn't seem to be a downside to using my rocket every battle. I think I just have a new one every battle. Yeah, SaGa Frontier 2 has a pretty nice look to it. You know, this one has more of, you know, it has a dated look, but it's a look that I'm nostalgic for. But SaGa Frontier 2's style definitely, you know, holds up more. How how are like Romancing Saga 2 and 3 HD versions considered? Wait, Unlimited Saga is a board game? That can't be right. Can it?
It could.
Could it?
Yeah, it could.
It is literally impossible. Man, the enemies in here are a lot easier than the ones in the arena.
What's that? What's that? Video game, board game, RPG-ish thing.
Video game, board game, RPG-ish thing. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Starts with a C, I think.
Oh, Coldcept?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah, Dokapon Kingdom, that's another thing. I have a Goemon game on N64. I mean, it's in Japanese, but I think it's supposedly like Coldcept.
Crap.
Oh, I think I hear Kasumi probably. Very faintly. I don't see Kasumi in the chat right now.
She's fixing her sound settings.
I'm kind of surprised actually that this game seems based on visible encounters. Oops. Oh, okay, I can jump back up there. That's handy, I suppose. This is a first playthrough. I've never played more than a couple of minutes of the PS1 version or the new version.
Okay, I think that should be okay. Sorry, I have my settings wrong.
Oh, yep, that sounds good. I can turn you up a little bit on this end too. Let's try that. How's that sound?
I can also turn up my sound, but yeah, I think it should be okay.
Yeah, I've got you turned up all the way that I can turn you up.
Yeah,
so if the chat thinks you sound good, then don't need to touch anything.
Okay, I'm at 65%, so hopefully that's good.
All right. Excellent. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to remember when I donated the money, and that was when I actually had money, so I couldn't have been in grad school. So that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What do you know what the difference between punch and kick is? I mean, it doesn't seem to use any of my non-existent MP.
So punch is the very default martial art. It just like no matter what, you're gonna have it. Kick is something you can actually learn, but it doesn't cost any WP. And then you can learn stuff from using those in battle. So you'll learn different things whether you, from whether you use punch or kick.
Oh. I mean, is that like something that would vary between characters? Like are there other characters that operate this in a similar way to him, or?
Every human can learn martial arts and sword techs and magic, but the way different humans have different affinities for learning certain kinds of certain techniques. There are entire spreadsheets of this, so.
I wonder how they approached like porting this game, because it's such a strange game to have gotten a remaster at all.
Yeah, I was really shocked last November when they announced it. Like, I never would have imagined.
And I mean, not only that, they've done you know, the like SaGa Frontier 2 and SaGa Frontier 3. Do you have any idea like if those are considered very good ports?
See, Romancing Saga 1, I don't know, but I know 2 and 3 are on the Switch shop.
Yeah.
3 I actually want to play. I've just been kind of lazy because that's actually kind of similar to this. Kind of. This is like, so think of this if this game was on Super Nintendo.
Right. I
So,
mean, what
yeah.
I've seen of the screenshots of at least the first 2 Romancing Sagas, like they basically they're basically literally just Final Fantasy 4 and 5 sprite styles, which is awesome, I think.
Yeah, 3 is more FF6 style, I guess I would say.
Yeah, kind of like, I guess, Treasure of the Rudras.
Actually, I don't know that one, but yeah, I think they all came out in that later era.
Yeah, like Treasure of the Rudras looks super cool. Like I've not played much of it, but it's like it like basically looks like Final Fantasy VI, except the characters, both the player characters and the enemy characters animate in battle, and it looks kind of amazing.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking at screenshots.
Yeah, it looks really good in motion.
Yeah, all these really cool games came out late in the Super Famicom's life.
Yeah, and we didn't get very many of them. We're lucky. We're lucky we got Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, I don't know how Square pumped out this many really good games in that short. It was like a two-year period, I would say, from 1995 1996.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So when I finish this character, I assume then like the new game plus or whatever like comes into play. Like, do character levels carry over? Like in any, like, are there overlapping characters between stories?
There are. So there's like 40. There's actually 40 recruitable characters in this game, kind of like Chrono Cross, but
Wow.
yeah, only certain ones are available in certain scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, some of them overlap.
Interesting.
Yeah. New Game Plus was not in the original version, and so the funny thing is, New Game Plus kind of breaks this game.
Yeah, I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why when I did this scenario, I actually did on New Game Plus, so I was killing like all the early robots really easily.
Well, I mean, the robots were a little harder. All the enemies here just die in one hit.
Yeah. So these enemies are weaker. Yeah. So New Game Plus, actually, the way it works is that you can carry over anything when you start New Game Plus. It gives you this long checklist of like things that you can carry over.
So, but like, I guess, like, I mean, I suspect I'll want to do everyone's scenario, but like, I guess the game is technically considered beat after just doing one. Like, there's just credits and some sort of resolution. Like, is there sort of like, do you get like some like grander conclusion for doing all of them or something, or?
Do you want to know what happens if you do all of
I
them?
don't want to know what happens,
okay.
but I'm just curious, like, is it like more definitively beat, I guess, if you do them all?
Yeah, I guess so, but I mean, really, one is fine. And the funny thing is, you don't get credits either. Like, this game's really weird.
Oh, it doesn't have credits at all? Other
No,
than
I
on
think
the
that-
title screen?
Yeah, I think that's why they put the credits on the title screen. There's one scenario that has some, but that's it.
Interesting.
It's weird.
Now there is, I want to say I heard something about like a character that was originally planned for the original version and was restored to this one or something, like a scenario, or am I remembering wrong?
No, you're right. You get access to the character after you beat your first scenario.
Oh, okay. I wonder how they did that. Like, I wonder if they had like built a certain amount. Oh, these look like mana enemies.
I think they.
They really do.
Yeah, I think there's some overlap because I think there's also like flying rabbites in this.
They don't look like they don't look like mana enemies in the battle screen though.
Yeah, I think they did have some of the extra content already in. They just didn't finish it.
Mr. Do is playing RE2 Remake.
I can't enjoy watching RE2 Remake because the gore is too real. Like back in the day watching my brother play, it was fun. 'Cause, you didn't care if there was like blood splattering everywhere, but like I tried to watch someone streaming it and I was like, "Oh, this is like really good graphics, but like too good."
Too good?
Yeah, too good. Yeah, which I didn't really think about that, but I'm like, yeah, I guess that was why I had no problem watching the. I mean, I guess I'm usually not bothered, but there's a lot of gore in Resident Evil, which makes sense. But yeah, it was a little too much.
I'm having a really hard time determining here, like, what's the right way? What's the wrong way? Where will I find goodies?
Generally, there's a few treasures here and there in this game. Not as many as you might like, though.
Yeah, I haven't. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen anything just laying around.
I think in this part they wanted to avoid giving you certain equipment, and you'll see why in a little bit.
Will I remember my mission?
That'll take some time.
So, am I leveling up my robot in any way by finding these like not robot enemies? Or
Not really, no.
It's not really doing anything. I mean, I'm getting money, I guess, but it's probably doing something for my human.
Yeah, for your human, their HP and strength will probably increase.
But it's not really a level thing.
No, yeah, there's no strict levels in this game. It's really just, I would say one of the most important stats, honestly, is your HP.
But do you get that like Final Fantasy 2 style or?
Yeah, yes, I mean like kind of like Final Fantasy 2, but more refined. So like it just depends on the actions that you do. That certain stats will raise at the end of battle.
Well, maybe I should be doing punch more than kick since I'm using kick all the time.
But they're both good. They'll both
Right,
teach
but
something new.
does it do something different for me? Is what I'm saying.
No, I think martial arts will give you the same stuff, whereas sword techs, I think, give you vitality.
Oh, so everything under the same category like gives you the same benefit, I guess.
I think so. There's still a lot about this game I actually don't entirely understand.
Yeah, I mean, understandable.
Yeah, even after all these years.
So you played the original version?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that increases my HP.
Yeah, robots like guns.
So now, why is mech body yellow? Oh, because I can't take it off. But I can have two armors equipped essentially if I want.
Yeah, mechs can just stack all the armor if you want, although you'll get diminishing returns. Humans are different, mystics are different, monsters actually can only equip accessories.
Huh.
But yeah, the way it works in this game is like, all the different so humans take the longest to build up, but they arguably can become the strongest. Mechs, you could actually build up really fast if you know what you're doing, but I guess they're less flexible than humans. And then monsters are really weird, but they can be really good support, and they have access to abilities that no other race has. And then Mystics can also be built up quickly, but they're more limited than humans.
So does SaGa Frontier like have the same like different sort of races and different rules of how they level up, or not? Or yeah, that's right, you haven't played 2.
Yeah, no, I play 2, but I know based on the other games, like I know the mutants and the eating meat. I think the monsters in this, they made that system more advanced, where you absorb monsters that you defeat, and then you can change form and learn new abilities. But there's like some RNG.
So is that like monster mutant concept in like all of the SaGa games?
I'm not sure if it's in all of them. Probably in a lot of them. I don't think mechs are in many of them, because a lot of them are like more medieval setting.
I started. I mean, I didn't really play it, but I just like started a new game in it because I was recording footage of Final Fantasy Legend 2. And like, I could choose a robot as like my like starting race or whatever, and then like, but like I don't think it like changes the story, because I'm like laying in bed and your mom is like, "All right, sweetie," blah blah blah. Then your dad like leaves, like, and I think it's just a human. And he just like goes out the window. He's just like, "Oh, I gotta go for a while, son." And then you're like, "I wonder why he always goes out the window." And then it's like years later, and I'm just like this robot in this town. And it's like, well, I wonder if I'll find. I wonder what happened to my dad. It's like it is actually pretty weird.
That is weird. Yeah, I don't know about the Game Boy SaGa games. I thought of trying them out, but I'm not sure. All I know is that in one of them you can kill God with a chainsaw.
Oh, okay. I played most of 3 and I don't remember it having like the weird like races and classes or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure which ones. Like some of them have them. I'm not sure if all of them have them, and I'm not even sure about Romancing Saga 3, because I've only seen humans. You know, now I'm wondering. Yeah, I'll have to go look at.
But yeah,
Romancing Saga.
2 definitely seems to have a bit of a variety of classes going on.
So do you mean Saga 2 on the Game Boy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because there's Saga on the Game Boy, 1, 2, 3, I think, then Romancing
Yeah.
Saga on Super Famicom, and then Saga Frontier 1 and 2, and then I think Unlimited Saga, and it's a bunch of remakes that we didn't get.
Yeah, well, there is one remake we got, and I hate the art style.
Oh, that was the big heads one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. Like, just something about it, like, is like right in the uncanny valley for me, and I do not like it.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. I think I've seen it before, and I was like, "Yeah, this is weird."
Yeah.
But yeah, like the Saga series is the baby of Akitoshi Kawazu, who I'm sure you've heard of.
Yeah.
And he's got weird ideas. I think he was actually really into D&D, and this actually has to do with some of my dissertation research. But I think he's one of the reasons Final Fantasy has D&D elements in it.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was really insistent. Like, I read an interview with him where he was like, he was saying like he didn't like how in Dragon Quest, so like early Dragon Quest, you couldn't, or like what was it? Healing didn't hurt undead enemies in Dragon Quest. I don't know if that changed. Yeah, so he made sure that was a thing.
I don't think you can target monsters with those kinds of. I mean, you just aren't allowed to. You are nothing with those.
Okay, yeah. So I guess he made it so that you could do that.
I approve.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, if you can use a Phoenix Down to instantly kill a demon train.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And so with Final Fantasy II, I think they really went in within his ideas, but then they were kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So then,
Final Fantasy 2.
So I just imagine they're like, "Hey, Kawazu, you can have this Game Boy game. Now leave us alone so we can work on Final Fantasy 3."
I mean, you know, up until this point though, like the SaGa games, just visually they look like missing Final Fantasy games, you know?
Yeah,
Like
kind
both
of.
on the Game Boy and on Super Nintendo, they basically have the same art style as Final Fantasy.
Good luck.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sure they like use similar assets.
None of these enemies, I mean, which is, you know, RPGs of the time, par for the course, but none of these enemies look like the enemies I was talking to on the map screen.
Yeah, so there's like default. So all the enemy sprites on maps, they mean you can encounter a certain type of monster. But yeah, they look different. And so one big mechanic in this game that is not explained to you whatsoever, except maybe in this remaster, is that there's a thing called battle rank. And so this game is actually anti-grinding because, because essentially, if you fight too many battles, your battle rank goes up, and if you don't like get enough stats to keep up with enemies, they'll get stronger than you.
Interesting. Also,
Yeah,
I just noticed that this character does not have access to items, so I can't heal my robot who is low on HP and is confused.
I'm sure it'll be okay.
Oh, did I like block him or something?
Oh, nice. Yeah, so deflect is a really good block skill.
Sir Demon.
And so the weapon that Gan has for this battle is the iron pipe, which he pulled out of the junk. And so I think that's why they didn't want to give you a sword before this fight.
Oh, weird.
It's like a signature of his fighting style or something.
So it just automatically equipped it. But I can't
Yeah.
count on that always happening. I assume that was just story related.
Yeah, it's just story related.
For some reason, this guy makes me think of. There's always like a drunkard character in like the Suikoden games.
Yeah, he's kind of a classic. He's a drunk samurai, pretty much.
Top priority. Oh, lens flare. Please come back to junk.
I do like the animation here. So these are the region ship cutscenes. So in the original, this was to mask the loading between zones. Yeah. So every time you finish a part of the story, you get like this art like this, which it's weird. In this version, they zoomed in and then they added like the really fancy text.
I saw that like those look like they were already unlocked on the main menu. I think that I could look at like a bunch of character art and stuff.
Yeah, and I think you unlock more as you go on, I think.
I don't know, there were like 60 some in there already.
Oh. Okay, well, yeah, maybe that might be all of them then. I didn't know that.
So those that when I was in that ship, like that, all that blue, like it almost looked like I was in hyperspace, but is it just supposed to be the sky? It looked like we were not exactly on the planet or something. I don't know. It looked weird.
They never really explain that. I think it's just kind of, I think they're kind of like in space, but not really space, but kind of. Amusingly enough, I think if you do this on New Game Plus and you even have 10,000 credits, you still can't leave.
Huh.
Welcome to the party,
Is Kulong a place that someone goes to at some point in the game?
Pretty much everyone goes there. It's actually a major like hub city.
Ah. Restore your entire body, even mechs and monsters. John was complaining about not being able to see your maximum HP. Actually,
oh yeah,
yeah, you can't see it here.
well, because so every time after a battle, your HP is recovered, so you're seeing your max HP.
Wait, then what's the point of staying at the end?
You restore WP and LP and JP, which do not. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, that's another SaGa thing, is LP.
What exactly is LP?
So it's a life point. So if they get killed, they lose 1 life point, or their HP gets reduced to 0. But the nice thing is you don't need like Phoenix Downs. You just use a cure item and they'll be back up. And then if their life points go to 0, they're dead. But it's not like permadeath in Fire Emblem or anything. You can go to an inn and then they'll be fine. But like for the time you have them, like they can't be in battle or anything.
Weird. Well, it's kind of I've been playing Monster Hunter Stories too, and like you have like it's got this weird system where like you have like 3 hearts, and every time a character gets 0 HP, you lose a heart, but then they immediately get back up. So as long as you don't lose all your hearts, you can like keep dying.
Yeah, this is just like that.
Would you rather be able to remember everything you read or able to write pages a day?
Would you rather be able to remember everything you read or write pages a day? I mean, writing is part of what I do for work, so the more writing I could get done, the better. Would be good. Probably don't want to remember everything you read.
Why not? What are you reading, Try?
I don't know. As a grad student, those would both be really helpful, but probably the former.
Yeah, I would probably go with the reading one.
$600 credits for 3 items.
Yeah, it's kind of a scam.
No.
So there is a trick to this place, but that's like, I wouldn't say it's spreadsheet level, but it's a whole thing.
That is a good question. There are millions of things that don't make sense in this world. Well, you got that right. Very simply. Oh. Suddenly party members. Oh, Ricky.
Yeah, he can join most of the characters.
Well, wait. He doesn't look like a little squirrel or whatever that was on the character select screen.
Yeah, there's a story reason for that.
Oh, okay.
So monsters are interesting. If you really know what you're doing, you can make them kind of OP early on.
Interesting.
Again, you'd have to I mean, it's pretty much like spreadsheet level stuff because you'd have to know where the monster you want is and what the battle rank is so you can get the monster you want. And yeah, it's ridiculous.
So, like, if I want a human to be able to access items, I need to like equip them.
Yeah, so you sacrifice a weapon slot. The crazy thing is, you can equip, like, in this game if you wanted, you could equip 4 shields.
That's
You can just
funny.
do that. Yeah.
Why not? It's like,
Like, I guess...
it's like putting scopes on scopes and whatnot in Residents of Fate.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think so. You could have a martial artist who doesn't use a weapon who just has 4 shields equipped.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's very silly.
Wait, is Gen's a martial artist, right?
He's actually a swordsman, but he can do both.
Oh, okay. Like, what defines them as a martial artist? Like, is it?
Any human can be a martial artist.
Huh. Like, does it define anywhere, like, what their class is?
No, because really their race is essentially their class. So because he's a human, he can learn sword skills, magic, although his magic stat is really crap. Although you can raise that by using magic, I guess. And then he can learn martial arts.
Huh.
Oh, and dodge arts. That's the other thing. There are specific dodge skills. Some of them are so stupidly specific. They're for, like, one ability that one monster uses. But there are a few that are good.
Oh, this is loot from Yorkland. This is quite the band here.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Star Wars.
Office. Yeah, leave junk alone. That was a discussion. So, will the story like okay, so I've got like Ricky, who is one of the main characters you can choose. Like, does what goes on in 260's story like canonically conflict with like what he does in his story? Like, does that what?
Yeah, I think it's roughly the same, but I guess some of the details conflict. But either way, they both like deal with this Caballero guy
Ah, okay.
because they both have beef with him for different reasons.
Oh, isn't
So
there
I know you. I know you don't like the map indicators, but you can turn on.
I was actually looking for that.
Yeah.
I thought there was a button to press for it, but yeah, I just now thought of it. Like, oh yeah, that would be probably handy here.
Yeah, it's just like that mode in Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
Except you don't get the finger pointing on you, but you get to see all the exits, which was not in the original.
I
Yeah, what-
thought there was a button for it.
I think it's map icon display on.
Hide screen information. Oh, that's battle specific though.
Yeah, you can. I think it's in config. It's the map indicators on or something. So you had map indicators set to off. In
Map
the I think it's-
icon
yeah.
display.
Yeah, map icon display.
Yeah, there they are. Can I turn them off? But
Unfortunately, no.
yeah, it doesn't look like. But that's actually not that bad. Oh, I think I just turned on like a slow mode or something. Or wait, was it always going like fast or something?
Yeah, so you can do 1, 2, or 3 times. Well, actually, I think you have to set 3 times speed in the menu. So you can do regular speed or twice speed. By I think was it clicking R3?
Yeah, that's what it seems to be. Yeah.
Yeah. So after playing this enough, I pretty much do everything in 3 times speed. But 2 times speed is good enough.
Well, I feel like it was because it was weird because when I was looking in the config before, it says, what does it say? Map speed settings and battle speed settings 2x. I was like, is there no 1x?
Yeah, I think it's just the max setting.
I did kind of feel like it felt like moving around was a little weirdly fast. So I might actually, I think it was defaulting to 2x.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
maybe I might try because that might have been why it was kind of wait, why did Luke leave the bar?
It's a good question. I forget what
Oh,
he
but
does in this part.
he's here again. Amusing. Okay.
I will say in tighter areas like that are harder to navigate, then yeah, I do 1x speed.
Yeah, because it just seems like you move, like the way you move around is like almost like too weird.
It is weird. Oh yeah, so you can see in battle, Ricky is like the monster form.
Oh, okay. Now WP, that's something that does not recover after every battle.
No, yeah, it doesn't recover after battle.
Is there any benefit to using martial arts as Ricky?
No, better to use his monster abilities.
Even though everything but heal uses WP, but...
Oh yeah, so monsters can actually regenerate it, I think, if they change form.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or if they absorb monsters after battle, I think.
So, like, Mei Ling has a gun here. Do I level up her gun abilities as I use stuff?
Yeah, you can do that. And actually, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, so humans can also learn guns, and guns and magic rely on the same stats. So you tend to want to have a mage
With a
use
gun.
guns.
Okay.
Yeah, so, which is kind of cool.
That is, yeah, that's fun.
And not really a spoiler, I guess, but in Blue Story, you eventually do fight his brother, and so it's like a mage's duel, and I totally just pull out a gun and shoot the guy. Yeah, this game has gun mages. And Ricky isn't absorbing these enemies because they're humans. So there is one enemy type that's a human enemy type, and monsters can't absorb them. Same thing goes for mechs. Monsters can't absorb mechs. But mechs absorb mech data. And thankfully, in T260G's story, like all the story areas he goes to, they just throw tons of mechs at you, so you can get plenty of like good skills.
Yeah. Bladed mech.
And the recharge, so if you don't learn ability, you get recharge, and that actually recharges their WP.
Kukri. Is that a weapon? It is.
Oh yeah, so it's a katana. So there's actually regular swords that learn regular sword skills, and katanas that can learn regular sword skills and katana techniques, which are visually very pretty. Otherwise, you don't really have to learn them. I will admit I'm kind of fuzzy on some of the details in this because like I played the hell out of this, but then like I stopped sometime in the summer because I kind of did everything I wanted to do.
I mean, it does seem like a game that would be hard to keep track of everything.
Yeah.
Am I leveling up my gun abilities by just using attack, or do I really need to use the weapon skill?
You just need to use the gun, and then you have a chance of learning a new gun skill after battle.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if I use the ability or not, just attack is fine.
Yeah, as long as you use a gun.
Yeah, if enemies don't die in one hit. Oh, okay, so Ricky learned stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, he turned into a fairy hatchet.
Oh.
Oh yeah, and I think you got an item, and that always happens to me where I click too fast, and I'm like, wait, what happened?
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah, it seems a little oversensitive on the controller pulling or whatever.
And the original was like that too, if I remember right.
Now, like this, he's got like this Pendragon weapon and this Agni CP1 weapon. Like, do I power those up on the robot by using them?
No, they don't get powered up. It's just a way of doing damage.
And same with
robot.
martial arts. Martial arts doesn't level up with him either.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Like, so it doesn't matter what I do with him.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. You just want to do whatever you think will do the most damage. I was looking at the clip to see if I could see what item you got. I think you got a blade amulet. It goes by so fast.
Oh, I just selected without really thinking about it there. It's probably fine.
I will say depth synthesis is an annoying skill because it makes your monster undead, and this game has a stupid gimmick where all undead monsters only have 4 life points because 4 is death in Japan.
Oh,
Yeah, and so I generally try to get rid of depth synthesis if I can.
so
because
when you're like, is Ricky powering up just like from cumulative transformations, or is that not really
his
what that's about?
his HP goes up every time you absorb a new monster.
A
and
new
then
monster, like can it be a repeat monster, or
it's like if he absorbs a monster he hasn't absorbed before.
okay?
Yeah, and then so his actual HP, like overall HP, goes up. Although then the base HP for each monster form is different, and the stats for each monster form are different. And some monster forms are really weak and crappy, and other ones are stronger. So your monster can go from like really strong to crappy between battles.
Interesting.
And then you have to know what the good monster forms are too, which again is like reading up on it.
How? Let's see. What are arts? Okay, so these are her like spells. I actually haven't even looked at that.
Yeah, and this screen's kind of important because if it fills up, then you can't learn new stuff because every time you learn new stuff, it needs like an empty space.
Oh.
So you just have to make sure you don't fill up all 8 slots.
Oh, weird. I can. What? Gun arts and magic and seal? What? What's
So
that?
seal just takes it out. It's really, I don't know why it's called seal. It's very confusing. But that just removes it and then puts it back in the menu so that you can.
Oh,
yeah.
So I actually have a spell that is not. Oh, that's just a category. Never mind.
Yeah. So she has light magic, which means she can use different kinds of light magic.
Flambe your enemy.
Some of the descriptions in this are pretty funny because those are new, and some of them I'm just like, I guess that explains what it's.
I mean, I'm sure the general menu system is quite different from the original. I'm guessing.
Yeah, pretty much.
It does not look like a PS1 menu.
Yeah, and one thing I don't like about this is it's clearly a mobile menu. It's like designed for mobile. Yeah, and this is on mobile, so I'm not a fan, but it gets the job done.
Well, I mean, that was one of the reasons that I was like so annoyed by those icons that were always on the map screen. I was like, I don't even know if I want to play this version. I might want to play the original.
Nope. So the big difference between this and the original, that I think that alone, if they'd only changed that one thing, would still make this version better, is that you can run from battles in this. You cannot run from battles in the original, and it's really annoying. And that was one of the things I hated most about the original. And then when they announced you could run from battles in this, my mind was blown. I was like, oh my god, we can run from battles. So apparently, and someone who knows a lot more about this game than I do, he said that back in the day, this was an early PS1 game, and so when they were working on it, they, like the way they programmed the game, I guess, is that running away from battle would make the PS1 load too many times.
Oh.
Yeah, so then they had to disable the option so that in the final game you can't do it. And that's the really annoying thing. And so the problem was that you don't want to fight too many battles, ideally, because again, there's the battle rank thing, and I would say most times you don't want your battle rank to get higher than it would naturally. And so that was the really crappy part. But in this, and also your run rate is 100% in this, unless it's like a boss. Yeah, if you select run, it just takes you out of the battle right away. So I've actually accidentally done that a bunch of times.
But it's okay to basically just like fight the monsters that I encounter as I'm exploring, but I just don't want to like run back and forth and like fight them a bunch of times just for the sake of fighting them.
Yeah.
So Luke joined. Okay. Nothing unusual about him, I guess. Just another human.
Yeah, he's like most other humans, except, well, he's got low HP, but also he has 10 life points, which is actually pretty high for a human. Yeah, in fact, I think him, Mei Ling, and Gen have some of the highest life points of any human. Like, some humans, I think most humans have 8 or 9, but like a handful have 10.
Look, there's a bag full of cents. It's not dollars, it's just cents.
Pennies, save up and maybe you can buy a sword.
Penny saved and all that.
Another thing that was a problem in the original was that it was really hard to make money just from fighting. Like the enemies give you really low amounts of credits, but in this version it seems, I don't know exactly what they did, but they did rebalance it. And also I carried my money between New Game Plus, so I have like a ton. But yeah, you do get a bit more money in this to the point that you can actually buy some things, whereas in the original, like, it was really hard to get money. So I don't know what they did. There's also a trick, there's actually a glitch that everyone used because it was so hard to get money, where you did this trick where you traded some items and you could get up to like 40,000 credits really easily. But yeah, I hope you're okay, Drumble.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm just keeping my mic off because I'm coughing a lot.
Oh, okay. That's understandable. Yeah, I was worried because I have like some weird post-nasal drip stuff going on, but I'll need if I need to like clear my throat.
About how long is a run through one character's story?
Say anywhere between 5 and 10 hours.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's not too bad. So like, you play all characters and then you'd end up with like 70 or more hours. Although if you know what you're doing, you can get things done pretty fast.
I mean,
but yeah,
especially with the New Game Plus stuff too.
Yeah, that too. So yeah, New Game Plus actually was kind of a dilemma because, like, in many cases, I reset characters' HP because I didn't want them to start with like 700 HP because it would make things too easy. But I would keep all of their learned skills because that actually does take quite a bit of like work to learn. And I kept all my items.
So if you don't, like, let's say like you decide like, okay, I want to do, whoa, bad things happen. Let's say you don't do New Game Plus one time, but then you decide to do New Game Plus. Does that mean that you like have like you how to word it like let's say like, okay, I do Robot Story and then I do Red Story, and I didn't do a New Game Plus on either of them, but then I want to do a New Game Plus. Can I only choose to carry over stuff from one of those runs? Like I can't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't like combine what I earned in those two separate ones. Is that how I'll do?
No, it's entirely linear, and actually I had two separate like tracks going with my New Game Plus. And for a reason I guess I can't really explain without being spoilers, and so that got confusing sometimes. But no, it's linear. So you go.
So if I want to do New Game Plus, I have to do it from the very next one, basically.
Yeah, and actually I think I did Amelia's scenario first, and then I didn't do New Game Plus for my next one. So anything I got, so that's like her scenario is kind of cut off compared to everyone else's because I didn't carry anything. Ooh, evade rocket. That's pretty good. So the thing with mech skills is you also have to equip them in the arts menu. Like, you have to do it manually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, how far is he? He's still pretty early in this scenario. Like, I would say in the first, still like fourth, the early quarter, I guess, of this scenario.
Wait, who learned something new? I'm not really clear.
T260.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's actually very helpful.
Would you rather die as a famous person or live as a robber?
The original did not tell you any of this.
Would you rather die as a famous person or live as a robber? I mean,
I can think some people who deserve to be robbed. You can take this in a Robin Hood direction.
I mean, are we assuming that you are a famous person, like dying at like, you know, a reasonably old age, or you're like dying like right now, but you're famous?
You know, I don't know that you can assume you like live to a ripe old age, but you got famous along the way. I think you die now famously, which probably means you died in a really stupid way.
I mean, I don't think I would be a very good robber, but maybe I would magically get like, you know, lock skills or something.
But he's a treasure hunter, not a thief.
That's true. That's true.
That actually reminds me. So I think someone mentioned it in chat. I have been playing the Final Fantasy VI ROM hack, Final Fantasy VI T edition, a little bit, like very slowly. And so I actually was streaming, but it was only on Discord in the private server I'm in. So that's why I had like my headphones set a certain way. Oh yeah, so you want to get rid of one of Ken's skills so you can learn, so that you can learn.
But see, I did learn cross slash. It was full and there was knee split in there, and then I was able to take cross slash out of there.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can't learn. So when you get the light bulb above your head, it's called glimmering, but in the original it's called sparking. So everyone calls it sparking. And so I'm pretty sure you can't spark a new skill unless you have a slot open in here.
Well, just to be safe, I'll seal one away and we'll see what happens.
If you seal that, if you go back to martial arts, it'll just appear. It'll be in that list.
Or maybe I should.
I will say deflect is one of the best skills in the entire game.
That's just automatic. Like,
yeah.
It's not like an active skill.
Yeah, it can trigger based on a percentage.
Yeah, I guess there's no like clear like visual difference between like passive skills and active skills here.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And the original, did they have the sword icon in the original? They added a ton of like icons to this version, which was helpful, but yeah, some things they still didn't like give you. Although I think it says in the description that it's passive.
Okay, evade rocket. Cool. Number available depends on intelligence.
I guess that means your robot isn't very smart.
I guess not. I guess I can equip items, presumably, to increase it.
Yeah.
I don't think I have a lot of items.
And I also say the current like dungeon that you're doing is a puzzle, and that's all I will say. I was thinking of streaming T Edition on Twitch. It's been like 8 years since I've streamed, I think, and I don't even know how to set things up anymore. But it would be fun. It's an interesting ROM hack, but so far I've enjoyed it. Yeah, I like that's how I am too, Korvac. It's just so much easier on Discord, because Discord is just like, oh, just share this part of your screen. Okay, done.
Oh, now I'm a starfish. It's weird though. Like you receive like 2 credits. It's like you receive very little money.
Yeah. Yeah, early on you receive very little money, and the original it didn't really get better. In this one, it does seem to scale decently.
Oh wow, I lost like a lot of life points for. Oh wait, no, I lost 1 life point for dying, and then I just didn't recover when I changed classes.
And that's why I hate Undead Monster 4.
Oh, so there's another monster coming from there. So the guys with the guns seem to like shoot whenever you get targeted. I'm not really sure if that's supposed to be anything significant.
Well, like I said, it's a puzzle.
Yeah, that's why I'm pondering. Oh, was that shot that I at the Star of Battle? Was that?
Yeah, it's the enemy fire is from those guys.
Oh, there's Cabrero or whatever. Oops. I'm thinking I don't necessarily want to run into enemies around here if I can help it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say you can get through this part at like whatever pace that you want. And I think you can leave and go to the inn if you need to.
But the monsters will respawn.
Yeah, they will respawn.
Vit down. I did a big fat 0.
Oh yeah, slime enemies.
Do slimes not take damage from physical attacks or something?
Certain types of physical attacks. That's another thing. There's like 3 types of physical attacks in this. I think blunt, slashing, and oh god, what was it? Piercing.
Oh, okay.
Which is yeah, and so I think it's god, is it blunt that they yeah, I think they don't take much damage from blunt attacks.
Makes sense. Oh, so now
Yeah.
I can become a. But now it says Xeno is what I am right now, I think.
Yeah.
But if I choose that, I don't really. Doesn't really do anything new for me, I guess.
You could learn something. You could learn something new because I think every monster has 4 slots of what you can learn, although not every monster has all 4 slots filled. And then as like the first one is like a highest chance, and then there's second, third, and fourth. And those are like smaller chances.
Dabi Bazooka.
Oh yeah, that's what those enemies are. So apparently they're from Romancing Saga 3, where they were just they were Dobbies, but they were like goblins or something.
Oh.
And then this version made them like mecha goblins.
Now the fact that I've got my robot here, I've got like 3 weapons equipped. Like, is that cumulatively adding to my strength, or is that just kind of silly?
Okay, because of ammo, I'm not sure, but I think you do get the diminishing returns, and strength probably comes from swords, actually. And robots can equip swords.
Oh, okay. But see, it says like strength +8. Does that mean that like I'm getting strength +8 for every gun I have equipped, or is it only when I'm using it?
Only if you equip that, if you replace the Agni CPI with that, then your strength would go up 8. But I don't know if you equipped all Dabi bazookas, what would happen? There's a preferred build for mechs that, you know, like once you get late enough in the game, like you can buy the best stuff for them, and so that's mostly what I have in my head. But yeah, I would say just experiment and like see what boost you get from what equipment.
Okay, well up here there doesn't seem to be machine gun guys. Oh, Dabi Bazooka hits everyone.
Yeah, it does hit everyone.
Would you rather live in a tree or become a real tree for the rest of your life?
Would you rather live in a tree or become a real tree for the rest of your life? There was already the would you rather live in a tree house or live underwater or something, I think, right?
I don't want to be X-Death, so I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless I can teleport like he does in Dissidia. Oh, sorry, Drum.
I've always loved the idea of a tree house. I never had one. So it sounds pretty good.
I think I've said before that there was this. I think it's actually still at my parents' house. This book. I forget what it was called. It was like The Bunny Who Ran Away or something like that. Like I found pictures of it online, but I forget exactly if that was the title or something. But there was this, you know, it was this story about this bunny who ran away, he's like, I'm going to run away. And the mom's like, well, if you run away, then I'm going to, you know, come after you. And, you know, he's like, well, if you come after me, then I'll, you know, become this creature and do this. And then she's like, well, and then I'll do this. And then, you know, eventually got to this point where it's like, well, if you, he's like, I'll become a bird and fly away. And she's like, well, I'll become a tree that you alight on or something like that. And like, there's just this picture of this like tree in the shape of a bunny. And it really freaked me out as a kid. It's a creepy picture.
I wonder if I can Google this.
Funny thing about a lot of children's media is there's just like low-key nightmare fuel in some of it.
You're
So
stupid.
you can see that
Are
red
you sure
button
you
there.
know how to
The game
use
doesn't
those
tell you,
scissors?
but that red button is like a thing.
Red
Yes, I'm
button.
pretty sure. Yeah, it's hard to see in the background, but it's like right next to the indicator. Yeah.
Yeah,
At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
there you
Someone
go.
disabled the pump.
that
So-
is rather hard to see.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't know why there's no indicator for it. So there's stuff like that all over, and it's essentially just like a puzzle.
Speaking of X-Death, Final Fantasy 14 has like has this like
And just maybe,
whole,
if you're brave enough and enough of a game master,
sorta.
you will reach level red, where you
I'm
will
waiting for the
face
cube to go away.
the dreaded code.
Dreaded code.
You!
It has this whole like section, like side quest thing where like you fight Omega from Final Fantasy V, and like he like pits you against like all of these bosses from like mostly from other Final Fantasy games, and you fight X-Death at one point, and you know normally he just looks like himself, but there's this like special attack that he does where he's like actually his like final form tree form, and it like it looks way better translated into 3D than it has any right to.
Cool.
It's like, oh yeah, that looks pretty much exactly like it does on Super Nintendo. But
Pretty impressive.
it is. Actually, Final Fantasy 14 does a lot of stuff like that. Like, one of my favorites is there's like blob head enemies in Final Fantasy 6. This like brain pan or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Have you seen like the Final Fantasy 14 versions of that?
No. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, it blows my mind that like they're just like these blobs that like flop around like flans almost, and they have like nightmare fuel teeth, and they punch with their earlobes. Like that's how they attack you.
Oh my god.
It is like one of my favorite things ever, basically.
That is freaky.
Is this the bunny tree try?
1 second. Where are you posting it?
In chat.
Let's see. Yes, that's it. Isn't that like something about that artwork is unsettling? Is it not?
I was expecting more, I gotta say.
Yeah, me too.
It is unsettling. Like, and furthermore, like that, like, are there supposed to be bird wings on that bunny? Like, it's like those are kind of some creepy wings.
Oh, it's a cool flying bunny. What do you want?
It's creepy. It's creepy if you're like 4 or 5 years old. Okay, so there needs to be like a box or something to pick up.
I guess
over
those bunny wings do have like a fleshy tone to them.
Yeah. Like just like those wings that Kasumi just posted.
Yeah, so that's another part of the puzzle that you can do.
I can do, or I must do.
You can get through the dungeon without removing the guys, but it makes the fights easier.
Oops. Well, it's good that it seems that the enemies don't respawn when I go between upstairs and downstairs. I figured they would.
Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, I'm always surprised when this game is actually considerate, because usually this game's very, very mean.
Loot has not leveled up a darn thing.
His HP's gone up, which is good.
But his attacks have not expanded at all.
Yeah, he's weird. I can't remember what his potential is in like certain kinds of arts.
I chose to not become a skeleton.
Yeah, so that's fine. So yeah, because like a lot of times most undead enemies, I feel like they just give you death synthesis, and it's so annoying. Even the strongest, I think even the strongest undead form has 4 LP, and it's so dumb. Yeah.
Is there any like really cool undead thing that kind of makes up for it?
I guess if you set things up right, but you'd need like some other characters to support them. But I would say it's not really worth it. So also, Death Synthesis makes it so that they heal less. So you can still heal them, but they'll heal less. But there's a certain way to get them to regenerate that other characters can't do if they don't have Death Synthesis.
That sounds decent.
Yeah, it's okay, but like I think in the grand scheme of things, it's not that great. And then also there's actually photosynthesis, which is the opposite, where in light you regenerate. And so that I would say that's the better skill.
Yeah, that does sound better.
I guess a ghost would have the same downside, but I feel like I should switch to it because I've never been a ghost.
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, you have too many abilities. Unlearn one.
Oh, yeah. So this is actually nice because in the original, it was always the bottom skill got replaced, so you had to like shuffle things around.
Ooh.
And this one they're like, okay, you can pick.
Yeah, but I don't even know like how strong each one is.
I'd get rid of the Death Synthesis.
Automatically restore HP in locations bereft of life energy. That sounds very specific.
Exactly.
Granted, I've not played a lot of RPG remasters, but this seems to have by far the most quality of life improvements that I've heard of.
Yeah, and well, because the original really needed them. But yeah, I would say, yeah, more than other remasters, definitely for sure. Especially the new Game Plus, I was really surprised. Because literally, you can affect everything. It's like you can carry over the battle rank or not, like HP, WP, LP. Well, no, LP doesn't change. What's the other one? JPWP, and then also like more like skills, monster skills, mech skills. So you could carry over all the skills for your humans, but not for your mechs if you wanted. It's pretty thorough.
I mean, even though the menu is definitely like kind of mobily looking, like the presentation is certainly not the worst of Square Enix's remasters.
Well, that's saying a lot.
It is it not?
But yeah, I
So
agree.
wait, why am I a starfish when I thought I absorbed a ghost? Why am I a
So what
starfish?
determines your monster form is really, really complicated, and to the point I actually still don't really understand it, because the website that has information on it, it's like pages of like charts explaining how monster forms work. But if you see the icons by by the monster skills, they determine whether or not they determine like what monster forms you can take, but like it's really complicated. So there's like head part, body part, I think claw part or something like that. And really the best thing is just to look up specific monster form.
The real answer is because you ran away from your bunny mom.
Oh. Doesn't seem like there's necessarily a reason to. Oh, that was going back and forth. Oh. XXX.
I don't know. Again, this translation, I have no clue what was going on.
Is that supposed to be like a swearing asterisk or something like that?
This was actually translated by the same guy who worked on Final Fantasy VII.
Well, that would explain some things.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it was like known who exactly did Final Fantasy VII. Like,
Yeah, I only know that because of my research.
I wasn't even sure if that was like a native speaker, English speaker that did Final Fantasy VII, honestly.
It's Michael Basket, and I found a magazine. I think it was like I saw a magazine that had an interview with him. Like this was like an old magazine talking about Final Fantasy VII. And then and then there is a developer room in this, and one of the people you talk to is Michael Basket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He also says how fast they got this out of QA and localization, and it's like, yeah, okay, that shows. I forget how he said it. It was like a month. It was something really short or something like that.
Oh. Did he defend my robot?
Yeah, so deflect can actually trigger to defend anyone.
Ah, I thought it was just him. That is really nice.
Yeah, it is literally one of the best skills in the game.
I mean, there's not many RPGs where I actually choose to use like the, defend other characters when they're low on HP or something. Like, there have definitely been times where I'm like, oh, okay. But, like, outside of, like, MMOs or MMO-like RPGs, like, it just generally seems like I don't want to risk that character, like, taking so much damage, because, like, even if they are kind of tanky, like, it seems like that could go bad real fast.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, you don't really think about, especially in turn-based RPGs, you don't really think about like dodging. So it is kind of cool that this game has some dodge skills and stuff like deflect. Although deflect is really the only skill. Like there are a few other skills. And there's like counter skills, but you actually have to like select those. So deflect really is like one of the best because it's innate or whatever, passive.
I need to be healed. Probably. Or probably not, really.
Nice.
Ooh, gathering. Oh, do I must choose.
Yeah, so you can choose. I think they're both rare.
Hand cannon.
Oh, that's not bad, I think.
All right, we'll leave junk alone.
I like how the one guy's just squished under the box.
Covering up loading times. That's not probably really necessary in this version. But it did have those screens on the original, you said?
Yeah, they weren't as zoomed in, and they didn't have like the super fancy text, if I remember right.
Hand cannon. That's the one I just got, I think, right? Oh, that scrap bazooka is. I just noticed this not great.
Yeah, it's not that great. That is one thing I miss about
No wonder
early
it's called
Saga.
a scrap bazooka.
Yeah, because it's just a piece of scrap someone put together. But yeah, one thing I miss about early Saga Frontier, like when I start a new file, is like just putting together any crap you find just to make the best team that you can and kind of like sticking it out.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of just cobbling together a bunch of junk, which is interesting.
Yeah. So I'm actually thinking in the future, I think once I finish school and everything, maybe getting this on Steam and streaming that, because I'll just play through it again.
What version do you have now?
I have it on Switch, so that's what I've been playing through.
To Kurog. Oh wait, she does take me to Kurog,
Yeah, because you beat up Caballero.
but
so
I don't have the
she's-
money.
Oh, you didn't have 10 credits?
I thought it was like 10,000.
Yeah, so then she lowered it because I guess Caballero was making it so that no one could leave.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. I was just like saying yes, and I didn't even know how much money I had or didn't have. Oh, and cool. I guess after finishing that quest, like everyone's the LP recovered, so that's nice.
Yeah, so that's actually in addition to this version. Is every time you travel on a region ship, it essentially acts like an inn, right? Which was not in the original.
I do appreciate when games have things that trigger full heals.
Yeah, it's really nice because it just saves you time going to an inn, and not every region has an inn.
Manhattan?
Yeah, there's a Manhattan in this.
Okay. Can I literally go to any of those right now?
Yeah. So this game is, so that's like the experimental part of this game was, they call it like the free scenario system, where you can just move around anywhere and go anywhere you want. But then the problem is that then it was like hard to know where to go.
Yeah, but now there's like this story menu.
Yeah, which is nice. So you can explore. There's actually some areas you can go to that have items you can pick up.
Oh, but this actually doesn't really seem to tell me explicitly what to do next, though.
I guess it doesn't. Well, you got a clue when you were in Scrap of what to do next.
But it doesn't tell me in the story menu.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. And also, I noticed in T260 scenario, there's actually some parts where the story menu doesn't tell you what you should do, or doesn't give you enough information, which is kind of annoying.
This place is colorful. Want to buy some potions?
Yeah, I feel like Kurong is an area.
What's JP again?
So that's the magic points, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, and so that one you can get items to restore it, but for WP there's no items that restore WP. Except for Sanctuary Stones, which are like a tent, but they're stupidly rare. But then because of New Game Plus, you can get a bunch of them.
But WP recovers every battle or no?
No, it doesn't. So you have that's a resource you have to manage, and you can't restore with any items. One way to restore it though is if you have enough characters, you can put them in team 2 or 3, and then if you fight with a different team, they'll regenerate it slowly over time.
Buy gold, sell gold? Oh, fluctuates.
Yeah. So there is a trick with this in the original, which actually still is in this version, where you could take advantage of this and then make a ton of money, but you have to know specifically how to start the sequence to do it.
I mean, you were saying that money is definitely not as big of a problem in this version, so...
Yeah, over time. Once you get to the end of the scenario, you should have money for what you need for the most part, whereas in the original, that wasn't the case. But still early on, you're pretty poor.
Any data. Just behind the chicken. You know, the info center behind the chicken.
Yeah, you can walk through the chicken, which is kind of crazy.
Now that is a rounded screen. This goes way faster than you can read.
Yeah, some of the text scroll in this is kind of screwy.
He speaks happily of horrible things. Oh yeah, I did talk to someone said something about Nakajima Robotics.
Yeah. So the point of this thing is it gives you some clues on where to go. I don't know why the story didn't tell you to go here, though. It's just weird.
Data collected. So I think it did say something about Manhattan. Okay, Kurong. So you can gather information. Nakajima Robotics, Leonard, and Ruins. Explore Nakajima Robotics and Shrike, the shopping mall in Manhattan, and the ruins in Shingro. Oh, okay, so it's kind of opening up to where I could kind of choose my next destination.
Yeah, pretty much. So you can pick any of the three, and that would be fine. Because eventually you do all three. It's just you can do them whatever order you want.
What do you think? Does this door right here, does it look better than the door in Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Wait, was that the door that couldn't load the textures?
I mean, it's just I don't think on the PS4 version the texture even exists.
Oh my god.
It is on the PS5 version, though.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I remember watching someone stream that. I actually don't have a PS4, so I haven't been able to play Remake, and I'm pretty sure my PC couldn't handle it, but...
I mean, the PC
someday.
version is apparently really bad. Even on a top of the line graphics card and stuff, it just does not run well for some reason. Like, presumably that'll be fixed someday, you would think, but like apparently right now it's just like in a really bad place.
Or someone will release a mod that like fixes it magically.
You would think.
But yeah, I've watched people stream the PC version, and maybe they just had really amazing computers. It seemed okay for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like unplayable or anything, but it like just doesn't work as smoothly as the PS5 version, is my understanding.
Yeah, I guess that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, Square can be really weird with PC ports.
Ah, an awesome choice, stranger.
I guess what matters to me is that the pixel remasters work on my computer.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm excited for 6. Oh yeah, this conversation.
Oh,
funny.
that guy.
Because if you do another scenario, you don't know that Gen can use an iron pipe like a sword, and so you talk to this guy and you're like, okay, that's weird. But since you got Gen,
I do love that they're making a thing out of like, how did you cut that rope with a steel pipe? Want to buy some
I love that
fine shoes.
I love that he can't even explain how he did it.
Protects against earthquakes. That sounds potentially useful.
Yeah, jet boots can be useful.
I'll buy at least one.
I will say one thing I learned about them, because you would think like, oh, okay, being protected against earthquakes, I'm going to wear this all the time. Apparently, what they also do is that they make you, I think they make you like aerial, or you count as aerial, and there are certain skills that do more damage to aerial. And so, yeah, and so in some certain circumstances, the jet boots can make you more susceptible, which I did not know until this remaster came out, and I was like talking to people in the community.
That's crazy. Oh,
yeah, but for now, I think you're fine.
I can equip Ricky with stuff. Do I have any arts I should be? Oh, see, I don't think you necessarily have to on it because like the new arts didn't automatically get added here.
I don't think those are new though. You had double vertical and knee split.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So I just haven't gotten anything new in a while then for him.
Yeah, yep. You haven't sparked anything new. So the annoying thing with sparking is that you have a higher chance of sparking against enemies in a higher battle rank. So you essentially you want to fight enemies that are stronger than you, and it's kind of annoying. And there is like a handful of areas in the game that are set to be a higher battle rank than what your current actual battle rank is. So there's like 2 areas that people like to grind in, and by grind I mean like they try to spark skills that are battle rank +2. But then you also have to be careful. You want to save before every encounter because they might kill you.
Isn't that girl right there one of the party members in Amelia's story?
Yep, that's Annie.
I thought I recognized her from the beginning of what I played of that very briefly.
Yeah, you meet her in prison.
Oh, this doesn't look like. I mean, I probably don't really have to do much of anything else here if I don't want to.
Yeah, there's things you could do here, but you don't have to. You could, and so that's the thing about this game. Yeah, you could progress the story or explore this area. The only thing that really changes is your battle rank.
But there's definitely probably...
Mamie mentioned the Pixel Remaster games in chat. I haven't kept up with that at all. Are those being pretty well received, or?
They're considered good except for the font, but you can modify the font on the Steam versions. But as far as I know, they're considered good. I think, aside from that, the one thing that bugs me when what I see of screenshots is like the widescreen presentation just kind of makes the battlefields look very empty to me. Like, you're fighting like this big boss, and it's just this little tiny little thing off on the side of the screen. Like, I feel like sort of the tighter structure of the 4-3 presentation was more impactful, but I'm an old fogey, so what do I know?
Good. The only one I played is 3, because I already played 1 and 2, and I feel like I've done my time. I don't need to play them again. But I actually hadn't played 3 before, because I was really stubborn. I didn't want to play the DS version. I was thinking of playing the Famicom version, and I'm glad I didn't. But 3 it's like if they ported it to the Super Nintendo, but then like with really good music. So the music in like all the pixel remasters across the board is really good.
Oh, I thought, wait, I thought that the port of 3 had NES style graphics. Oh, well, that's right. They did all have those. It's kind of like that Wonder Swan version that never came out, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It's like kind of 16-bit looking. I actually forgot that the NES ones were, pixel remasters were the 16-bit style graphics.
Yeah, they're totally.
'Cause I haven't paid
Would
that.
you rather
close
have free
attention to-
Wi-Fi or free drinks for life?
I would say 3 is worth if you haven't played 3 before.
Would you rather have free Wi-Fi or free drinks for life?
Is that like free Wi-Fi for life as well? Because free Wi-Fi for life.
I mean, but like I like never connect to Wi-Fi when I'm like away from my house. I just use, my phone data.
But does this mean you have free Wi-Fi anywhere?
Probably not literally anywhere. It would have to be somewhere where like you're just allowed to use Wi-Fi freely wherever you go.
Would be nice. I have been. Last time I went to Japan, I did not like Wi-Fi. Was really hard to get, and that was not fun. Because I also didn't have phone data.
I mean, even if it was just free Wi-Fi at home, that's a big savings.
Yeah, but I also feel like you might be locked into like the worst tier of internet, and it might not be good enough for like depending on your needs, such as mine.
I feel like you're putting unnecessary restrictions on this.
I mean,
Free Korean Wi-Fi.
Any Wi-Fi that you could get, you get for free.
I mean, assuming the free drinks for life is not like strictly speaking about alcoholic drinks, I mean, that sounds pretty appealing to me.
Oh, it's any drink. Any drink, but like, at first I thought that was tempting, then I was thinking like, if I had free stuff that wasn't water, I would drink so many calories, and that would be bad.
But it'd be good.
That'd be good, but it'd be bad.
Look at this! Look at this boar who says I could get used to this high class living. Like,
That's the great thing in this game is that you just have monsters who are just like chilling, doing their own thing. Like you go to a bar and there's a skeleton there and it's not weird. I don't know what a skeleton would do at a bar, but yeah.
18 defense sounds like a lot.
For where you are, for sure.
I don't know who needs it per se. Everyone except my robot has pretty low defense, actually.
Oh, now Mac is thinking here. What if you took your free drinks and sold them, and then just had free money?
Oh. What if you were a restaurant?
Oh.
You could make a lot of money that way.
Open your bar?
You would definitely have a lot of money.
You could have a retro game themed bar, and people can give you their retro games for drinks.
Whoa.
I don't know if people would actually go for that, but
Oops. Wait. Oh, who can equip? Maybe only
Wait, you can equip what?
the thing that I just bought.
Was it the armor?
Oh, I guess only. Is that only for robot?
Humans can do it too. You just have to. You can't have two of the same kind of armor on humans, except for accessories.
Okay.
So yeah, you have to replace the bone breastplate or the fiber vest. Yeah, so mechs are actually unique in that way, in that you can just throw whatever crap you want on them. Whereas for humans, there's like you can only have one type. Except for in the weapons, you could have 4 swords if you wanted to. 4 swords, 4 guns, 4 shields.
Pretty silly, but kind of cool.
There have been times where, well, actually, yeah, I have equipped characters with 2 guns for reasons, and also with 2 swords for reasons. So you do it sometimes.
So I need to go to Shrike, Manhattan, and Shingro. Is that a monster?
Yeah, so the funny thing about this little basement where you can buy these things is that the whole time I was playing the PS1 version, I had no idea this was here because I couldn't see it.
I mean, these seem like decent weapons.
Yeah, yeah, I would say they're decent. You can find some of those, but you'd have to go into some dungeons and mess around.
Where can I just sell some of my items?
So that's another thing in this game, is that you can only sell certain items. And so you actually can't sell most of your items because, only certain shops will let you sell certain things. And yeah, there's not that many shops that are like that, unfortunately.
Huh.
So most of your stuff is just going to sit in your inventory. But you don't have a limited inventory, even in the original.
Have you considered decluttering your possessions?
Oh yeah, these guys.
I was considering decluttering my possessions, actually, Duke. Which is why I was asking where I could sell things.
So the reason these characters show up is actually related to another scenario. Like the reason these bad guys show up when you try to go in this area.
It seems totally unnecessary for me to be here right now, so I think I'm going.
Swords, axes, bows. We have
So I
everything
think I'm
you
going
need
to go back
right
to
here.
the airport or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, because you can explore this area, but yeah, you can also just progress the story.
It just doesn't seem like there's a reason to right now. It seems like I may as well save that for another character.
You could, but you could also just come back later and explore. Because there's also... So another thing in SaGa Frontier, and I think this is a problem mostly with human characters, although also with mystics, is that you kind of want to pick your final party early on. But again, this is mostly with humans, because if you get later in the game and the battle rank is much higher, then a character you get who's just fresh and new, it's going to be a lot harder for them to survive and even be able to finish battles so they can get new stats. So that's one problem. But I mean, you don't really have too much of a problem in... That problem isn't really present in T260's scenario. Especially because you get 3 humans so early, you could keep them if you want.
Sandy seems to want to go pee. You want to go pee? You want to go pee? We'll be back.
Okay.
You playing anything currently, Kasumi, or is grad school keeping you too busy?
Yeah, I'm trying to finish... well, I pretty much have this finished this spring, but I've been playing FF6T Edition. And again, just going through that really slowly. I think I started in December, and that's just it's fun because it's like going through FF6, but like the guy who made the ROM hack, he's Japanese, and he'd been working on this for years, so he changed a lot, although most of the changes are in the World of Ruin. So I'm just slowly going through that one.
Well, what's the ROM hack called?
Final Fantasy VI T Edition. So T stands for is the name of the guy who actually made it. His name's Sushi, but it's spelled really weird. Like, I don't know why it's spelled that way.
Oh.
Yeah, and so like 7 years ago, I think it was back in 2014, I watched Mado, the guy who translated Mother 3. I watched him stream through like the original Japanese T edition, and this was actually an earlier version, and it seemed really cool. And then last year he actually, because I think Sushi had finally finished it because he kept updating it, and so Mado just sat down and translated it. He actually streamed it a few times, but then he decided to just focus on finishing it and like not streaming. And so then he released it, I think in November or December, and so people have been playing it and streaming it.
What's the T edition do exactly?
Does so many things. So like it rebalances the entire game, and then it adds like a bunch of new events, some new dungeons, changes a bunch of monsters, adds a bunch of new monsters, and I would say overall it like doubles the number of bosses in Final Fantasy VI, which is kind of crazy. So yeah,
is it meant as like a challenge run kind of thing, or?
Yeah, it's essentially a hard mode ROM hack, but then with a lot more. Yeah, and usually I don't like hard mode ROM hacks, but this one's actually really interesting. And I've watched other people stream it, so I'm gonna see how far I get in it, see if I get sick of it or not.
I still need to play through the original game sometime. I got to the World of Ruin back in college, and I forget why I dropped it.
I think that happens to me too. I think it's really just that like the first part of the game is linear, and then you get to the World of Ruin, and you're like, oh crap, what do I do now?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. But I would recommend then picking up the Pixel Remaster when it comes out next month. I don't know when next month, but apparently it's coming out next month.
Are those like, is it? I know it's like widescreen and they redid the music. Is there more to it than that?
Depends on the game. So Final Fantasy III, because it was like so new, and like they actually rebalanced a lot of the jobs. And the really interesting thing is the rebalancing they did, some of it was like borrowed from the DS version, but then a fair amount of it was also just like original tweaks they made, which I thought were actually for the most part really good tweaks. But the other ones I don't know as much. In Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster, apparently they cut down the requirement for leveling up, so you level up really fast, which makes it really easy.
4?
I don't know what's up with that.
I don't remember like really having to grind in 4 aside from I remember grinding on the moon, but not before then.
Apparently you need less experience to level up in that version. Like people have like I think have done comparisons. And then 5, I'm not sure. I think 5 was mostly the same, except I heard, and I don't know if they fixed this, there was a bug with Beastmaster where using control could make the game crash. Which is not good.
Oops.
Yeah. But otherwise, yeah, it's just really, I would say, yeah, the really good music. I would say 3 is the one with the most changes, but otherwise, it's a straight port.
Oh, I was planning to play the original, maybe with some like, see what kind of ROM patches are out there for like bug fixes and stuff.
Oh, you were thinking about buying the remaster, but just playing it your way?
I wasn't, but she's suggesting it.
Yeah, but because I think the aim is just to give you the original Final Fantasy VI experience, and they probably will fix the glitches of the original. Like, I'm pretty sure it won't have the sketch glitch, and I assume they will. They should fix. So in the original Final Fantasy VI, physical evade was broken, so that it was tied to magic evade instead, and so like the status blind did nothing, which is kind of funny. But yeah, that should. So the whole point of the Pixel Remaster is just to like update the originals for modern day.
And Well, didn't like blind not do anything supposedly in Final Fantasy
Yeah.
6 as well? Huh?
Yeah, blind didn't do anything.
She just said that.
Oh. I was thinking about what ability to choose for my monster guy.
And I assume they'll finish Vanish. They'll fix Vanish, the Vanish Doom or Vanish X Zone exploit. So yeah, I would say Pixel Remaster would be the best version to play, just because. And also, there's a lot of quality of life. Like they'll have quick saves, so you can save in dungeons, and it also does autosave, which is nice. Like, oh yeah, actually, that was my big thing about Final Fantasy III and why I didn't play it for so long, is because the last part of the game is so infamous for being this long gauntlet. You're going through like the Labyrinth of the Ancients, then the Land of Eureka, then the Crystal Tower, then the World of Darkness, and then to the final boss. All with like very saving.
Yeah, but you can always, like, once you like finish like Eureka, you can go like back outside and save. But yeah, the tower is pretty long, I recall. And then there's like a bunch of boss fights after. Yeah, I don't think there's a save point like in the tower.
There
But
isn't.
I don't.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure I did fine. Oh, someone died.
Oh yeah, your mom.
Be chill.
So I will say this area is one of the areas where the battle rank is +2. So great for learning new skills, but you could die.
Well, this, I see Luke finally has a skill.
Yeah. So that's actually, this place is very popular. Like this is what.
Oh, he just got a light bulb.
Yeah. So fighting stronger enemies will raise your chance.
Oh, they just like did a dual tech.
Yeah. So remember that combo menu?
Yeah.
That's what this is for.
So that just means like what is allowed to be done.
More like it keeps track of what you've done, so maybe you could try to do it again in the future.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, combos in this are weird. So they are like dual or triple text, but they're not predictable because they depend on like your speed, so what order you're going in the battle, and then certain moves combo with each other better than others. Again, it's like very complicated. So yeah, so that top one is like your favorite combos. If there's one that's really good, then you can like save it in there so that you can remember it in the future. And then the bottom ones, they like, as you do new combos, they get overwritten.
But I assume like it doesn't necessarily trigger every time you use it. Is it random or is it always do it?
There's an element of RNG because I think even characters, if their speed values are the same, like one might go ahead of the other because of RNG. And then sometimes, yeah, it just doesn't combo. Or if a character sparks a new skill, that'll break the combo because they're not actually doing the skill.
These scientists make me think of the canon guys in Secret of Mana for some reason.
I see what you mean. Yeah, they do kind of look like them. Except they're wearing lab coats.
There's also this like scree sound effect when they turn into monsters that like sounds like Chrono Trigger. Like the monster sound effect in Chrono Trigger.
So the original of this place, it wasn't integrated into any story, but that was part of the content, the content they added for this version. So this place does actually have relevance to one character's scenario now, but before you just came here and grinded, and then that was it. You're like, I don't know why these scientists are turning into monsters.
Wait, but you mean? I mean, I assume I need to come here because this is where I need to be for my main character, right? Or am I wrong?
No, because there's another area you can go. Like this is like you're in the right area. You're in Shrike, but you're supposed to go somewhere else.
Oh, I thought this sounded like it, so I guess I should leave.
Yeah, and also you could get killed by powerful enemies.
Yeah, they seem pretty tough.
Yeah, again, because this is a battle rank +2 area.
Yeah.
Oh god, and they've got a
they just did a dual tech on me.
So the funny thing about these enemy combos, which are pretty rare, is that they can actually remove, like, if you got hit by like a triple combo from an enemy, they can make you lose more than one life point.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Actually, that reminds me, I have actually a really funny clip that I'm gonna link of someone I was watching and it was so good because he was just like messing around and then these enemies did something that, like, because we know this game fairly well, we had no idea these enemies could actually turn.
Wow.
Yeah, he was slaughtered.
Surely we're going to kill this guy quickly. Yes? Maybe not. Come on, they keep doing this dual tech. It's really good.
Yeah, this guy was.
Ursine Assault. I did not read that correctly for like at least a solid second there. And I'm like,
It was called Bear Smash in the original, I think, and then they made it fancy.
These characters haven't lost it. Haven't I already defeated one of these enemies? I don't understand why it's taking so long.
But yeah, this guy was slaughtered in a Savage Sheep stampede.
Sandy, what's wrong? Do you need to do you need to poop? You need to poop. I'm gonna see if Sandy a poop. You need to go poop? Come on.
Oh, Sandy.
So I think what happened in that clip was that it's actually the specific encounter in this one special area where you always get into the same encounters. And I think what happened was there's a wonder dog, and I think if you kill the wonder dog, the sheep that are sleeping wake up and then they get really aggressive, which I did not know happened.
Oh.
So then the sheep comboed him to death.
Oh yeah, that sheep's going crazy. Oh. So, is this game like kind of impossible to figure out without a guide? Because I'm kind of getting that impression, but
The original, I would say, is very difficult to figure out without a guide. This version, you can mess around more and not get as penalized.
Mm.
So yeah, you can figure this version out without a guide. And actually, if you go into I think in the config menu, there's somewhere in the config menu that actually tells you a bunch of things about like how certain stats work, and a bunch of other stuff that the original never told you. But the way I describe this version is that they took some sandpaper and they sanded off some of the rougher edges of the original, but you can still cut yourself. And yeah, Seffi, you're right. In fact, that's a criticism that a lot of people have of the SaGa series, but that's also a reason a lot of people love the SaGa series, is that yeah, it's really esoteric. One theory, I think someone had this funny theory because I think Kawazu, again, he's into Dungeons and Dragons, but I think he also played Ultima and Wizardry back in the day. But I think he might have played one or both of them in English, and so I wonder if just every SaGa game is him reproducing the experience of playing Ultima in English. And just not understanding it.
it sounds like Miyazaki and Dark Souls. Only he was like watching or reading. I forget, like Conan movies and books and stuff, like a lot of dark fantasy stuff, and not
Oh,
knowing what was going on.
I had no idea. That's actually really interesting. I have to look up some interviews with him. I wonder if that's where he got his obsession with poison marshes.
Probably.
Yeah, I think every single Souls game, Bloodborne and Sekiro, they all have poison marshes. So I'm excited. The main reason I'm excited for Elden Ring. Well, number one, because there's a guy I watch who streams Souls games and is like really good at them. But also, I'm excited to see what the new poison marsh area will be.
Oh yeah, I still need to get back to Dark Souls one of these days.
I could not play Dark Souls. I know that kind of game would stress me out. I don't like it when I know something's following me, and that's what that game is all about.
Following you? I don't remember that.
Well, so the way the game like the way you're navigating areas is that, if you don't kill every enemy, because a lot of times it is just better to run away, they can follow you. And if you go up a ladder or something, you're fine, but the enemies can actually surprise you.
Okay, yeah, that is true.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Xenoblade had a poison marsh, but it wasn't that bad in my experience. Also, I want to play Final Fantasy 14, but again, I want to finish school first. And man, like one thing is everyone except for me I know is playing Final Fantasy 14. Even Tom Holland plays Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess it's not too surprising with the pandemic, but I think even before that started, it was getting really popular.
Yeah, it's pretty much replaced WoW as the most popular MMO. That was the most random thing when Tom Holland did a commercial for Shadowbringers. I think that was like not long after the second MCU Spider-Man, and I was like, why is Tom Holland doing a Final Fantasy 14 commercial? It was really funny. Now I want to know, like, what class does he play?
Is there an inn in this area?
Yeah, if you go to the street.
The street, indeed. Sandy's being so slow about doing her business lately because she's fascinated by the snow. Not that there's much of it out there, but it is there.
You guys are in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, people act like, oh, you guys, that's not something you all ever deal with. You don't know anything about snow.
Use this.
Combo!
Yeah, so
Gotta power up there.
Oh, man, thank you, EB Chill. Really bringing those bazookas today.
But yeah, the indicator will tell you where the inn is.
Yeah, I saw it, but it was not. It wasn't on the bigger map.
Oh yeah.
Mom's always telling me to keep my clothes clean.
This is so 90s Japan. I don't know if cram schools are as much of a thing. I think they're still a thing, but I think they're less of a thing than they were in the 90s. I like Strike as a region because it's like regular modern day, and then you go to other regions and they're like completely different.
Oh, here's that guy.
We haven't really gotten much snow here in Michigan, which has been weird.
That is weird.
Yeah. But where I live sometimes gets spared really bad snowstorms that hit the rest of the state. It's kind of weird too.
When my parents lived in Michigan for a couple of years, I was under the impression that just snow on the ground, from November or December all the way into the spring, just there was always at least some evidence of snow on the ground, just for almost half the year. I thought that was just a reality of life.
Yeah, well, there's snow, but yeah, it's been mostly cleared, and there hasn't been any new snow for a bit.
Come up here, Sandy. Come up here. Explain situation. Oops. Ah! Wait, can I leave? No.
Yeah, you can leave. I
Oh.
forgot they just take you right there.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure I can walk there on my own because I saw it on the map, I think.
Yeah. It's a good thing those boot indicators are there, because otherwise, yeah, you would have no idea where to go here.
Are those on PS1?
Nope.
Because I mean,
That was actually,
but that was a pretty common type of thing back then.
I honestly think that I'm actually thinking, my theory is that they added that to Final Fantasy VII because of their experience working on this. Because I think they actually working on this in Final Fantasy VII around the same time.
Oh, did this come out before 7 in Japan?
It might have, or a little bit after. It came out in 97 in Japan, that I know for sure.
Oh, okay. So, I actually don't know how much sooner Final Fantasy VII came out in Japan compared to here.
Let's see. I actually looked that up a lot. So let's see. FF7 in Japan was January 31st, 1997, and then SaGa Frontier was July 11th, 1997.
Okay.
Yeah, so
clearly they were working on them around the same time. But
yeah.
Maybe they added those markers. Maybe they're not in the original Japanese release of 7, I wonder.
Possible. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good question.
But I mean, I've never really found it hard to figure out where to go in that game, so I don't like seeing them. But in this game, they're not that obtrusive.
Yeah, and honestly, that was one of the things I was happiest about in this remaster. I was like, oh, thank God. I can finally see where to go.
Engineer Car has joined my party.
Oh yeah, Engineer Car is actually one of my favorite mechs. I love him. He's a cute little tank with missiles on the side.
Huh. I wonder, maybe I'll consider putting him in my party. I do have plenty of just random stuff it's easy to equip mechs.
That is the nice thing about mechs.
I guess that might have been the only thing actually in the factory to even get.
I mean, that's still a pretty big deal because Engineer Car is actually pretty good.
Who might I don't know how much I love dealing with the monster right now. I don't know.
They're very esoteric.
Yeah, maybe I'll swap him out for the car.
And monsters and mechs have faster growth than humans and mystics.
I mean, I assume at this point, like, it's not really a problem to just use whoever I want. Like, I'm not really going to be limited, I assume.
Yeah, not really. So you can see that Engineer Car has more fixed equipment than T260 does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And so that's because he's actually a different model of mech, and there's actually 8 different mech types, and they all have like different default equipment and different abilities that they can learn.
It's just funny. I never would have expected that to be a character that joins the party. I still don't fully understand like why Gin is even like hanging out with me. Still.
Yeah, the one thing I think is good about T260 story for people who play for the first time is that they just throw this human character at you, who's actually pretty good, and you can just use him from the beginning.
I guess actually the quickest way would just be, am I ready? Yes. Yeah, it's interesting. There's really not a lot of like, which is honestly not bad. Like there's not a lot of like just like clicking on the ground to like pick up random stuff everywhere. Like it just doesn't seem to really exist heavily in this game. I mean, there is a little bit, but
Too much.
I mean, I don't mind like collectibles when they're like sparkly or something, but like when you're just like running around and you're just like just going around the perimeter of an area mashing confirm, that's not necessarily fun. Now, if I have two mechs in a fight, like, can I choose to, like, absorb the power or whatever of a robot with both of them?
Only so one robot per mech character.
So if like I'm like, well, I think I need to level up my car instead of my main character, I can just choose to I can not accept it from one and then accept it on the other.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Yeah, so you just cancel for T260 and then it goes next. So it goes in the order of your party list from like top to bottom. And I will be right back.
Okay.
All right, you can tell us the truth now. Try. What do you think?
Welcome.
Well, I couldn't hear you over the welcoming.
Welcome, Big Jess. What are you thinking of this game?
It's pretty weird, but I could see it, being interesting over like, continued sort of play. I mean, I'm definitely curious to see like what the other scenarios are like. Like the whole like all the intricate rules for like how every character levels up is weird. Like that was not necessarily something I expected to be like a series mainstay. I thought that might just be like a weird thing that was in like the Game Boy games. But I would definitely say that this was the right way to start the game on stream, with the ability to, learn from someone who understands it,
You're like 3 hours in and still like getting clarifications on how stuff works.
I mean, I feel like that's not unusual for games of this time. Like they had a lot of very specific like RPG systems and stuff, and the way that they work often varied quite significantly from one game to the other, and it could take a while to learn the systems. I mean, honestly, in some ways, it's kind of a fast-moving game for the time, I kind of think.
I mean, yeah, if you're only what should you say, like 10 hours ish tops for a character?
For a character, yeah. I mean, I was kind of under the impression from how long to be, it might be more like 15, but.
Someone in chat was saying one character took him 16, so
yeah,
maybe
10 to 15 or so, maybe sounds plausible based on the available data. But which, I mean, that's kind of interesting, actually. Like, you could. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll want to do like other characters, but like it sounds like if you just want to do one and be done, you could.
That seems like a good game to just like dip into when the mood strikes you and burn through a character and come back later.
Oh yeah, I did.
I think I have said before, but like 10 hours, that's like ideal RPG length to me.
But I can't think of a lot of games that are that a lot of RPGs that are that late. Can you?
No. The Super Famicom version of Dragon Quest 1 goes pretty quick because they doubled the XP you get.
I didn't realize that there was a literal just mouse that was the thing that I was supposed to recover. But also, like, I think Kasumi was playing with, like, 2x and 3x speed. Like, I kind of feel like it just, like, looks really weird. I mean, the game, especially when you're holding the run button, like, you move around pretty fast in the 1x, so. Like, it just kind of feels janky to me.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, 2x is janky. It's just that I'm just that impatient.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're playing with, oh, what's that over there? Oh, the enemies did respawn in here.
And yeah, I agree with you, Drumble, that this is a good game where, yeah, you can just play a character and then finish and then come back to it like much later. In fact, that's how like someone I know who's streaming it has been doing it. Like every other month he'll stream this. But yeah, as for me, I went like pretty much like through every character.
So do you think your like 5 to 10 hour estimate was that with 2x and 3x speed?
No, in the original, I think I could get a scenario done in like 10 hours.
I mean, do you think at the end of this 5-hour stream, do you think I'm on target to be halfway through this scenario?
I guess not, but I don't know what the in-game time would like. What does the in-game time say for you right now? Because I don't think it says the same amount of time that's actually passed. So,
I wonder if the 2x and 3x interferes with that.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah.
I just almost 3 hours, which I don't. I mean, I think I've technically probably, but well, I mean, it's pretty close. But I should have been playing over 3 hours by this point.
Yeah. I would still say you could do it in 10 hours, and it does pick up. It gets faster once things get going. Because T260 is actually fairly linear compared to other characters. Like, they have a set number, like there's a set number of areas you go to do a bunch of story stuff, and then it's the last area. Of course, how prepared you are for the final boss, that's a whole other thing entirely.
Oh yeah. Hi Sandy. What's your deal? Do you think it's time to play with Sandy? It's not. It's not. It's not time. It's not play with Sandy time. Sandy can sit on my lap though. Okay.
Ernie's got pink eye or something.
Ew.
But I'm not sure what it is, but one of his eyelids is kind of swollen and it's like half open.
Yeah.
Oh no. They have to take him to the vet.
Yeah, I got an appointment tomorrow morning. But he's just been walking around winking all day.
Well, hopefully it's nothing too serious. Although, I mean, yeah, I assume that it's just probably some kind of infection.
Apparently it can be caused by like a dozen different things. So could be like any number of things.
Isn't pink eye in humans contagious?
Well, I'm not sure it's pink eye, but yeah, actually the cat version can spread to humans, so that's fun.
Oh, great.
That's good to know.
It's apparently fairly rare for that to happen, but
Okay. So what kind of dog is Sandy?
She's a Shetland sheepdog, which is like
Oh, okay.
people mistake them for collies because they look like collies, but they're actually a lot smaller than collies.
I actually watched this YouTube channel of this pet groomer who lives in Canada. It's just really interesting seeing all the different kinds of like dog hair and the different ways she has to like wash them and manage their fur.
Huh. I'm sure that Sandy's fur is poorly managed by her standards.
Have you ever taken her to a groomer or not really?
No, I mean I've considered like having her to some extent professionally trimmed, but the only like professional trimming that she ever gets is getting what they term either a sanitary trim or a potty trim when she goes to the vet sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, when you got a bunch of fluffy fur on your butt, you know, sometimes stuff sticks, you know?
Yeah, actually, I think that this person on YouTube does that too.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, Shetland sheepdogs are pretty.
Yeah, I mean they're the ultimate dog.
I don't know. There's a lot of ultimate dog breeds. Like to me, the golden retriever is the ultimate dog.
I mean, they're like the Mario of dogs.
Okay, that's fair.
No, I like golden retrievers too. I've never really known one personally. I mean, like no one I can't think of one that I've like ever been close to. Anyone I knew who had one that I saw often. Oh wait,
Pretty smart.
I'm supposed to go back to the. I think Shelties are usually considered like in the top 3 smartest dog breeds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean Sadie's pretty smart. I mean she's a goofball, but she's pretty smart. Wait here.
I've heard smart dogs are trouble because they'll train you instead of you training them.
Ooh, you know, there may there may be an element of that has happened, perhaps.
These guys teleported here somehow.
Oh, these guys
Like they were down there.
buy these items.
Yeah, so they're one of the few places that buy things, but as you can see, it's only what's on that list.
Yeah, weird.
It's funny to me because the fur shop in Kurong sells, I guess you can sell a dragon shield to them, except a dragon shield is the second best shield in the game, and 3,000 credits is not, like, it's worth way more than 3,000 credits. Yeah, so like something in this version, I'm like, wow, I didn't realize that Nakajima had a mustache.
The lost mission, how romantic. Oh, what? Oh, like I can completely change how my main robot looks?
Yep. So that's T260's special, I guess, feature.
Huh.
So there's actually 8 types of mechs. So you can only access 7 right now. But yeah, you can change their body.
Well, they all seem to have 10 defense except for the one. Like, is
Are
there a,
these like types of mechs you can recruit to your party as different characters as well, or?
I already got one that looks like this. Well, sort of looks like. I think it might be a little different. This Type 6 one. Is there a downside to sticking with the classic?
Actually, for story reasons, you want to stick to the classic right now. But no, I mean, so the classic one is the most versatile because you can equip so much on it. So that's helpful towards the end of the game. But I would say the other ones having specialties makes them more useful.
Interesting. So, like, if I have them with on other characters run, there wouldn't be a reason to not change it. But for story reasons, I should just stick with what I have.
Yeah, there's actually, to progress the story, you have to be in this body for something that's like coming up, so that, and then after that you can change it. I mean, you can change it now, but it's just really, the game doesn't tell you, and this version they don't tell you either, but you have to be in this body type to be able to progress the story. It's really dumb.
Well, I know I need to do something in Manhattan. I just noticed that one of them is one of the places I can go. It's called the Magic Kingdom.
Yeah, you can go to the Magic Kingdom. It's not Disney. It's not nearly as exciting.
So this is Manhattan, huh?
Yeah, but it looks all futuristic and fancy.
Shopping mall. Let's see, where did the story tell me to go? The investigation. Oh, that was different. Intel. Oh, the shopping mall in Manhattan. This is where I will find my lost mission. Was my lost mission to pick up milk and eggs?
It might be.
Oh, pretty good burgers, huh? Tell me more. What the heck is this character dressed up as? I was assembled by Sir Taco. T2600G explained very simply.
Yeah, so if you're not in the Type 1 body, he won't like talk to you.
Oh, well, it makes sense considering the conversation.
Yeah. But it's dumb because the game doesn't tell you this. Must have 4 or 5 hands. Well, about that.
Looks like I can't help, but here's some help.
Yeah, So sometimes the dialogue is tough to follow, and this is like, what?
Also, an interesting tidbit about T260 that I read and didn't know before is apparently in the Japanese version, they are written to be female.
Oh.
Because, yeah. So I think in this version, they actually changed their pronouns to be they. Although they didn't catch every single instance in the script. But I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, apparently in the Japanese version, T260 is supposed to be like, and because like in Japanese you can like talk like there's certain way women talk that's like stereotypical, and apparently that's the way T260 talks.
Yeah, because I mean in Japanese you don't really use pronouns, I don't think, right?
No, it's more like ways you end your sentence, ways that you refer to yourself, those like
Right.
are coded female or male. Yeah, so as you can see, you can actually see the end
The end?
of the story. You can see like how many story bits you have left.
Oh, because there's just like a limited number. I see.
Yeah.
So hang on, let's see. Gathering intel. Oh, okay. I need to go to the ruins in Shingro.
I think,
There's
Leonard's
one.
weird. So I think, oh yeah, it shows him there. I think his arms are crossed under his front thingy.
Yeah.
He's a really weird looking dude.
Who does the SaGa art?
Kobayashi. It's a woman. I forget what's her. There's actually I think I bookmarked it somewhere or something, but oh there we go. Tomomi Kobayashi.
Okay. I mean, it's definitely like in the realm of a mono-esque art, but it's not a mono, you know. But it kind of looks, you know, it's got that a bit of that aura about it, I guess.
Yeah, it is kind of a mono-ish, but then it has like definite lines.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so I linked to a thread where someone on Reset Era, they put a bunch of they just put together a collection of Kobayashi's art. So I think Kobayashi's done the art for all of the SaGa games, and they do some pretty cool designs, especially like I think they draw like really. I think she draws like really good women and men, but she like I don't know. She's good at drawing like very pretty men, but also more muscular men. So I think this is very interesting. And she uses colors really well.
Oh, huh. This is not the kind of place that I would expect there to be an airport.
Yeah, some of the regions you're just like, oh, okay, sure, this exists.
So it said in my story, it said to go to.
Oh, yeah, there's two ruins.
One. It said I need to check out the ruins, but there's two ruins.
They didn't tell you which one, did they? Oh, do you want to know?
I guess.
It's the left ruins. Yeah, that's a good point. They don't tell you. Yeah, the right runes do have a purpose in a different scenario, and actually you can explore that area and get some items.
I mean, that's kind of what I figured, but it just seems like I guess kind of the interesting thing about knowing that like there's like all these different scenarios is kind of like it's not making me feel like overly like I feel like I don't have to like do everything. Like it just kind of makes me feel like, oh, I can just like do what's necessary for this character because I'll get to explore this other stuff later with other characters, you know?
Way to look at it, yeah. So especially in this version where they finally added the cut content, yeah, pretty much every area has relevance. It's just relevant in a different scenario. and also some dungeons, and actually some dungeons are completely original to characters. So T260 has a fair number of original dungeons. You just haven't gotten to one yet.
like dungeons that like you can't even access in other scenarios.
Yeah, and generally, even in this scenario, you can only go the one time, and then you do what you need to do, and then you leave, and you can't go back.
Five members per party is interesting. That's not one you see very commonly. Like Final Fantasy IV is the main one that comes to mind.
Yeah, that's the thing I like about this game is that, and you can have actually you can have 15 members total, and well, in the original you could have 15 members total. In this version, which is another really nice quality of life, they added an overflow, so you can recruit the max number of characters a character can recruit, so like over 15, and they go into like an overflow menu.
Yeah, oh yeah. I saw it just says other or something.
Yeah.
So like you couldn't, there aren't any more recruitable characters in any one scenario than can fit on that screen.
Well, actually, other just keeps going down, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It just keeps scrolling down for however many. But yeah, I would think maybe at most a character can recruit 20 characters. I actually haven't really counted it up. Although I do have a spreadsheet open right now, so I do wonder. I think they make it so that every character can recruit roughly the same number. There are some characters who can't recruit certain races. I mean, they can all recruit humans.
Mm-hmm.
But some characters actually can't recruit mechs. I'm not sure if T260 can recruit any mystics. So yeah, that's kind of a thing they do.
Like they can't recruit them just because it just doesn't come up, or it's like they don't like them.
In one case, that is actually, like in one scenario, that is the case, but usually it just works out that like you can't recruit them for whatever reason. So a big thing in this game there's actually 2 big magic quests you can go on to learn like tools of magic. And some characters you get through that, but since T260 is a mech and he can't use magic, it changes his interactions such that some characters won't join them. Because like other characters are like, oh, okay, you're searching for this kind of magic, I'll join you. But then since T260 isn't trying to use that magic, they're just like, okay, whatever.
Mech Dobby. The amount of money is going up a bit.
Yeah, I think it was like subtly readjusted to be more than it was in the original. I just like, I can't point out to any specific
That's a lot of bats.
point where it's more. That is a lot of bats. Yeah, I can't point to any specific like, I can't be like, oh, okay, here you're getting more money. I'm like, oh, I guess over time it's just more somehow. Oh, thank goodness. Someone on Game FAQs has a really nice map of the Magitech factory in Final Fantasy VI because that's where I'm going next, and I know you get lost so easily.
Oh, wow. There are dead people. Huh.
Oh, crap. Yeah. I can see why that happened.
Yeah, there's...
Good thing there's auto-save.
Yes, it is.
I forgot how bad the bats could be. So you can run from battle.
Yeah, I'm going to run.
So see, in the original, if this happened, you'd just be kind of SOL.
Yeah.
and
then everyone's fine. It's just that their life points are down.
Yep, that's a nice thing about this game. And also, running away despawns the enemy from the map, which is also really nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think they make up for the original not letting you run, they just made it super generous.
Yeah.
To the point where, as I said, I've even accidentally run from battle because I accidentally selected it. There's no like confirm, it's just like, okay, you're out.
Is this going to be another really tough bunch of bats? Well, it's not as many, so maybe it'd be okay.
Would you rather quit eating chocolates or ice creams?
Would you rather quit eating chocolates or ice creams?
Oh, that's mean. I don't like
Hmm.
A lot of ice cream has chocolate.
Yeah, like if I had to give up chocolate, then I'd be giving up most of the ice cream I want to eat.
I guess I could live with just having red bean and green tea ice cream for the rest of my life. So ice cream.
Yeah.
You don't like green tea or red bean?
I don't like. I don't know about red bean, but I don't like tea or tea flavors.
Oh, green tea I would say is different because I think it's actually made from the powder instead of tea leaves, which is a different flavor than tea leaves.
I mean, I've had like Japanese candies that are like tea flavored or whatever, and I still don't like those.
Well, there's a lot of different kinds. There's oolong tea, there's jasmine tea, there's like black tea. Like they have various kinds.
I mean, I've never. I mean, you know, I don't exactly try tea very often, but I've never tried a tea. I mean, I've tried teas that are less offensive, but I've never tried one that I actively enjoyed.
I will say green tea is different.
When me and Corey were in Japan a couple of years ago, we were interviewing the developers at M2, and they had all of these drinks out for us. You know, some water, some Coke, some tea, because there's like millions of like canned teas everywhere in Japan.
Yeah.
And bottled. And like they were kind of joking, like, "Oh, you guys are just taking the Cokes. Like you should try the tea. It's good for you." And I'm like, eventually, like I took one, and I'm just like, "Oh my gosh, I have to keep a straight face while I'm drinking this." Like it was. I every time I describe it, I always refer to it as, it tasted like drinking aquarium water. It just.
I'm going to assume that was oolong tea.
Well, maybe. I don't know what it was, but it was not for me.
Yeah, a lot of those teas actually can be bitter. I'm okay with it. Like, I'm not a super big fan of the bitter ones, but I can just drink it and be like, whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely, well, my go-to drink in Japan is Aquarius, which it's actually a Coca-Cola product, and it's a sports drink, but it's so low on sugar and just has this very, very subtle lemon taste that, like, I would buy it by like you can get 2-liter bottles, and I would just drink that whole bottle in like 2 days.
I don't recall drinking anything like extraordinarily special when I was in Japan. I mean, I tried a few interesting things, but it was more about the good eats.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, if you go to a convenience store and then you look at the drinks, you can get some pretty interesting stuff.
I mean, I definitely. I mean, we went. We ended every day at 7-Eleven.
That's a good place to end the day, though. Yeah, actually, a friend of mine helped me import some Aquarius, so I had like this, and it cost a lot of money, but so I had this, like, I still have like a box of like with one left, and I got sick sometime in December. It was just like a stomach bug thing, and I was so glad I had some Aquarius. I drank I went through 2 liters in like 2 days. I was like, I can't eat anything else. So I was glad to have that. Usually it's Gatorade, but Aquarius is even better than Gatorade in my opinion. And I think it has less sugar. Yeah, they might sell at the Japanese market. I sometimes I stock up on some when I visit my sister who lives in San Francisco, but for obvious reasons I haven't been there in a while.
I did enjoy. I had at a izakaya. I had one of those. I mean, they sell them here too, but it was my first exposure to it, where they, the marble bottles.
Oh, the ramune, yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. It was not a lot of stuff in the bottle though, but it was fun.
I know.
It was fun.
I think they sell it. I feel like a lot of the price is the spectacle of the marble.
Yeah. I mean, it was a fun novelty, but I don't remember the drink itself being anything like incredible. I mean, it was fine.
Yeah, it's very soda-y. Have you had melon soda? That's actually a favorite of mine.
I might have.
That I do. It tastes nothing like melons because actually I don't like melons, and it's very green. But yeah, I forgot that you and Corey went to Japan. That's cool.
Yeah, that was what, 2008 probably?
Oh, really? That long ago?
Yeah. Well, it certainly wasn't 2020 or 2021.
No, because that's only a year after I went for the first time, so I was just like, oh, okay.
Oh, so you've been a few times since from 2017 onward. You've been several times then.
No, I've only been 2 times actually.
Okay.
So, 2016 they had a major conference there, and then that was back when my department didn't have limit on funding for when you were traveling. They implemented it after, and I was like, I hope this isn't my fault. But yeah, so I went to. So the conference was in Kyushu in Fukuoka, but then there was a pre-conference in Tokyo, and so that was cool because I got to my school to pay for like a hotel in Tokyo and then the flight to Fukuoka, and then so the flight to Japan, hotel in Tokyo for the pre-conference, flight to Fukuoka. Hotel for the main conference. Then I flew back to Tokyo and stayed for like another week and a half with a friend.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was very nice.
You got a lot of mileage out of that trip. I mean, unfortunately,
Yeah.
we were only in Chiba and Tokyo.
Okay.
I'd like to see more, but I was it was still a lot of fun for what we did get to do.
Yeah, I think in Tokyo alone you can do a lot. I like when I was there studying abroad, even though I was there for 5 months, I only spent like a day in Kyoto and Osaka, so I didn't really get to do too much traveling even when I was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
but we definitely spent like 2.5 pretty full days in Akihabara.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
It was, I mean, people always say that like, oh, Akihabara prices are so bad. You need to go like Osaka or something to like get good prices. But it's like, yeah, but the prices are still less than what you could get like on eBay. So like, get it while you're there, Like I was fairly impressed with the prices.
Yeah,
and we met up with someone too who took us to all the good stores. So we weren't one of those people that just went to Super Potato because we did that's like the famous one, of course.
Yeah,
But-
I remember Super Potato. I went there a few times.
It was okay. Super Potato wasn't that bad. I got Live Alive there.
Oh, nice.
I think
All I remember is that I just remember walking up there to one of the floors because I feel like it was a different generation for each floor, and there was just like
Yeah.
an enclosed area with just like a bunch of Super Famicoms, and I was like, this is great. This is like, here's a bunch of-
yeah. They just had like almost like pallets full almost of Super
Yeah.
Famicoms. Yeah,
I was like, holy crap.
I do remember that.
I saw the Japanese version of Mischief Makers there as a UK Troublemakers.
Oh, yeah.
I almost got it, but I'm glad I didn't because I never modded my N64. But I'd been tempted at the time.
I mean, you can, if you have the bit for opening a cartridge, like you can just buy like a sports game and just like swap the backs.
Oh,
That's what I do.
Interesting.
That's what I do.
huh.
I mean, I actually have never. I mean, it's not hard to swap the just cart tray on N64, but I've never done it. But I kind of like the idea of just swap. Like, I've just got a stack of N64 sports games on a shelf upstairs, and I just use them for swapping back plates onto my cartridges.
It's just like destroying sports.
Yeah. Yeah.
And nothing of value was lost.
But I I always like write in a Sharpie, like on the inside of the Japanese shell, like which game that it went with. In case I do want to put the original back shell on. But I've, like, I like doing that because, like, you know, not that my local friends keep their N64s hooked up, you know, but if they did, I could take my Japanese N64 games to their house and play them there. I just like that, you know, I mean, yeah, you could modify your system, but then you still couldn't play your Japanese games on other N64s. But with that method, you could play them on any US N64.
You could go.
Some weird contingency plan you've got going here.
Well, I mean, you realize I have like 3 N64s in the house, so.
One for every bathroom.
I mean, yeah, that's how many bathrooms I have if I wanted to.
No, I know. Although I was also thinking about the fact that sports games tend to be based on a specific year. So you know, they get a new one every year. So
yeah, I mean that's why they're so cheap, and no one no one wants them except the people who are doing like a complete N64 collection or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a time where I really wanted to have a cool physical collection, but then I was like, I'm just going to keep the games I like. And so that's why when I visited my parents over winter break, I just sold a bunch of the stuff. Some of those strategy guides were my brother's, but I know he's not going to use them anymore. So I just...
Strategy guides can be pretty valuable these days.
Yeah. I don't think any of the ones I had were particularly valuable. Maybe I probably undersold the Final Fantasy VII one, but we're trying to empty out we're trying to like clean up our parents' house, so my priority was just like getting crap out of there. Yeah, we still have, like, oh my god, we still have an N64 and PlayStation in there, and I assume the N64 works. It's probably very dusty. The PlayStation, I don't know, but I mean, they're not like damaged.
N64 is, I mean, I can't really recall running across like a broken N64. Like they're pretty hardy.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, you might need to clean out the cartridge slot might need to be, you know, cleaned without isopropyl alcohol or something. But like PlayStation though, I mean, you know, disk drives and all.
Yeah, that's.
But the you know, the insides probably work just fine. Like, you know, they, you know, you know, I don't know if you keep up with retro tech at all, but I mean, you know, they make things that they call optical drive emulators, where like you can replace the disk drive with, you know, an assembly that reads SD cards or SSDs or hard drives or whatever, that you can just like put the games on and just load them up, you know, but it's still playing the original system. You know, because the processing chips rarely go bad.
That is interesting. I actually didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, in the future I might get something like a RetroArch, but I mean, for now, I guess what I do keep is like all my DS games, or almost all my DS games, 3DS games I'm keeping, and not that long before like they stopped producing 3DSs, I bought a XL. Or 2DS XL, actually. So that one I know should be good for a while. I am sad that my PSP batteries went bad, although I know that was a common thing, because I wanted to play 7th Dragon 2022, which is this was in Japanese, and I beat the first one like 7 years ago, but you can plug in the PSP, but if you move at least on mine, if you move the cable a little bit, it'll turn off.
Oh, really? I've never had that problem. Did your battery actually like start bulging?
Yeah, for both of my PSPs.
So you took it out, I hope.
Yeah, I took them out, and I took them to like the county disposal center. But yeah, this actually was a thing that happened Dead End is actually a good move. This was a thing that happened last summer. It was like someone told me like, you should check your PSP batteries. They've gone bad, and I checked. Yeah, and then I told a bunch of other friends, and they were like, "Oh my god, my PS." So like it was this whole thing.
Yeah.
And then I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, there might have been renewed concern about it at the time, because I think it was last year for me too, that actually all of mine were fine, but like because I have a YouTube show, I do stupid things like buy one version of every PSP model. So I've got a 1000, a 2000, the 3000 Mamie gave me, and a Go at this point.
Oh, wow.
And actually all the batteries were fine. I actually kind of regret that I took the battery out of the Go, because it was a bit of a pain to take it out, and it would be a pain to put it back in. And it's kind of like, oh. But I took them all out, but none of them were bulging.
Good. Yeah, I was surprised, but I was like, well, I guess they've just been kind of sitting in them for 7 years and not being used. Yeah, I have a Japanese 2000 and then an American 3000.
Mr. Do, I would not. I would have the Mamie PSP 3000, and that would be it. I would not have multiple PSPs if I didn't do a YouTube show. Believe me. I would probably have duplicates of some consoles, but not as many as I do.
Yeah, it does sound like you have a lot of consoles. It's actually funny. A friend of mine that I know through a fandom I'm in on Discord, and actually I visited them. Oh my God, this is almost 3 years ago now. God, I'm getting old. She lives up in Canada, and so not far from me in Michigan. And her husband has like this huge, like half of their basement is his video game collection.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's got a nice setup. You know, he's got the nice PC. He's got a wall-mounted, flat screen TV of some type, and then a big CRT to play older games on.
Nice.
And so while I was there hanging out with her, the last night before we went, he had me like help him through Final Fantasy VIII because he had no patience for it. And actually, I found my Final Fantasy VIII guide when I was at my parents'. I actually brought it here because I was thinking of maybe playing the remaster. So I was like, oh, hey, the guide could actually be useful.
Do I have the guide for that one? I can't remember. I might not, because I might have just... Because a friend had it, so I might have never bought it myself. Of course, I did buy the Final Fantasy IX one, which is, you know, one of the most infamous things ever.
I think it was like Korvac told me that he printed out all of the Play Online like web pages and then put them in a binder.
Wow,
yeah, so
that's gotta be a ton.
I know.
Like, it's so funny because like people who haven't played Final Fantasy 11, like that's their only association with Play Online is like how it ruined the Final Fantasy 9 player's guide.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which, I mean, but people who like do play Final Fantasy 11, it's like not that big of a deal because it's part of the login interface for Final Fantasy 11. It's just, you know, you don't really think about it.
Well, I think the problem too was that back then a lot of people had dial-up, and so it was just a big pain in the butt.
Oh yeah, well I mean it was, and you bought this book that was worthless.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point of having the guide is so they can be like on your lap or like sitting right next to you or something. You can like refer to it when you're playing. Like,
yeah,
like I actually opened up, like just today I used this book that me and Corey interviewed a bit ago. The guy who makes all of the video game hardware photographs that are on Wikipedia, like all of the good ones. Like if you see one that's not good, then it wasn't his. And he like released a book a while ago, and he actually just did a second edition. We ran into him at the one convention that we actually went to back in early November. And we got the second edition of his book, but he's got like, you know, this you know, thick book, hardcover book that's got like all of the you know, like almost every console, you know, ever made in it, and like, you know, has details about the hardware and the history and all that. And I actually like pulled out that book today because I was writing part of a script, and I was like, I wanted to checked the release order of like a whole bunch of pre-NES consoles. And like, it was easier for me to like open up the book and look through the table of contents than it would be to like find a list of that information online. Like that's, you know, to this day, there's still value in having that like physical book, you know? And the Final Fantasy IX one was worthless.
Yeah.
Absolutely worthless.
I definitely agree. Yeah, so actually, yeah, I'm sure we had a 9 guide and we like threw it out because it was useless.
It was so
because
bad.
I still had the 7 guide, which I sold to my friend in Canada, her husband, and then yeah, and then I got the 8 one, and yeah, I have no idea where the 9 one was, and I don't care. And I have the Final Fantasy Anthology guide too, so 5 and 6.
I have that one too, yeah. Details are top secret.
Oh yeah, so you can only download one of those.
Oh,
but shooting
like I was. So I guess was it an upgrade or something?
Yeah. Oh, and hey, you got your mission.
Shooting mastery sounds good. Destroy RB3 model. Is that the final boss?
Or well, I guess you have the you know what the mission is. You just don't have the details about what that means.
So yeah, these are filling in. There's only 4 that aren't filled in, actually.
Yeah. So I also have the Final Fantasy X guide, which someone mentioned in chat. So now you start going to unique areas for T260, and it really is, you can just go to like one after the other. Of course, you probably want to like get your humans to learn some stuff in between. You'll get more mech party members too, so that's like another thing.
Central Gate in Manhattan. So, like, I mean, when you say I should get the, I mean, I haven't like really been babysitting my humans here, but let's see. Yeah, I haven't really. Have I not been learning something because I've been full here?
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, like.
Yeah.
Usually I have 2 empty, just because that way if I forget.
Oh,
it's not a big deal.
There's several extra slots here. So shooting master increases firearm accuracy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, shooting mastery and combat mastery are both good.
Jamming signal interfere with hostile firmware. Stun on max. Hypno flash.
So another interesting thing about mechs is that it's actually pretty difficult to inflict a status ailment on them. Like, there's ways to do it, but you have to use those specific skills.
Mm. I guess I've been... Well, but I've been using that Sunray almost every turn with her. I don't know why she hasn't learned any more magic. You'd think she would.
There's actually a reason for that. So there's a gimmick with magic where, this is why magic quests are a thing. You have to get the gift for that specific type of magic, and then characters can start learning new types. But as it is now, you can buy more magic for her, but it's only like the basic levels. And then if you get the gift, she can naturally learn the more advanced spells of that type.
So, I mean,
Yeah,
what would you recommend I make my next objective then, like, in terms of, like, should I get more magic or should I go on with the story or what should I do?
Our magic isn't too difficult. And the game doesn't tell you this, but the place to buy light magic is luminous.
Okay.
And so you can just buy some magic for it. You could do the side quest to get the gift, but the problem with those side quests, and that's something that's still an issue in the remaster, is that only the humans and I guess mystics, I think mystics too, that are in your party at the time can do it, and you can only do the gift quests once. And so the annoying thing is that then if you recruit humans later, they can't get the gift for that magic because you've already done the quest. But it's also not a huge deal. Like, if you only want her to have light magic, then you're fine.
I mean, like I say, considering that, like, I'll, presumably be playing this with like a bunch more characters, and some of these characters will be like in those chapters again. Like, as long as I'm good enough to get through to the end of this chapter or this story, that's like, well, I'm not that worried about like doing everything. Oh, that was a pretty cool dual tech. Whoa, that was a really good dual tech. That was my first over 1,000 damage.
Congratulations. Yeah, the nice thing, and I think one reason combos do so much damage is that I think they ignore defense.
Oh.
So that's like a bonus. Yeah, so some of the... Although actually, and it's funny because in the remaster, there's actually a place where they keep track of like your highest damage you've ever done in one turn. Or like in one, I guess, combat instance. Ooh, Bolt Thrower is actually pretty good.
Is that a weapon?
Yeah.
It is. 33. Nice.
Would you rather have bad smelly feet, bad breathe, or a smelly armpit for days?
Would you rather have bad smelly feet, bad breathe, or what was it? Smelly armpits for days? I mean, I've been home for days, so who cares?
Good point.
I mean, smelly feet are probably the least likely to bother me personally.
You can contain your feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you forgot to put on deodorant, like, you can even smell that yourself. That's not just about other people. You can smell it yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to go with smelly feet. I will say I think in general your feet do smell more than you think, and I only learned that in Japan when I was sitting on the and I was like, oh, huh. That's something I never noticed.
Man, when we went to M2, that I think that was the one place where we had to, do the whole like put on the indoor slippers thing. And they were like, Corey was into it, but they were like so profoundly uncomfortable to me. I think part of it though was he was sitting down during the interviews for the most part, and I was like standing up behind the camera, so like just like putting my weight on my feet with these like completely like flat bottomed slippers, like that were like not like conformed to my feet, like was just really uncomfortable.
I think that would make a big difference. And yeah, I know. So yeah, indoor slippers are not always great. I guess that's why you can have your own.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there were definitely like slippers there that was like for particular employees, but then there was like, like a set of like guest slippers.
Yeah,
I'm sure they were not as good as the slippers that I'm guessing I got enter that room from another place to get to the shiny there. But yeah, they were not super comfortable. Well, that was the main reason I went to Japan with my shoes that did not require shoelaces because I was afraid of the hassle of having to take them on and off.
That is smart. I think the only place where last time I went that was really a thing was when I went to, it wasn't a hot springs, it was like a bathhouse. I mean, they had hot water, and so that was the thing. But I wasn't, you know, you take them off before you get in the water.
Yeah.
I mean, upper shoes-
I mean, I think just like, I think that's normal office building culture though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, where you take off your shoes and switch to indoor slippers. I mean, I actually like that as a house rule because I don't like wearing shoes in my house, so I do kind of do that. I do have like, I guess like sort of, yeah, I have a pair of indoor slippers. So I guess
I'm wearing slippers right now. I like slippers in the winter anyway, but like wearing them in an office building is definitely a little odd for me. Sweet Velcro shoes. No, it's just shoes that fit on really well without needing laces. Oh, that is what is that? Ghost Rider? That is
oh yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that is a thing.
I actually have not often seen it from the back, so it took me a second. Usually I see it from the front.
It's interesting how like there seems to be like very random like arrangements of like where your party is positioned and where the enemies are positioned. Like I don't think it means anything. I think it's just visual variety, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. I think in the two, so I think in Romancing Saga 2 and 3, your positioning in battle did matter. But in this one, it doesn't really seem to matter. And I think it was also like a PlayStation 1 thing where they were like, oh, hey, now we can like have all these different camera angles, so let's just like mess around and do whatever.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because I feel like even looking at Final Fantasies from like 7, 8 to 9, they got like crazier and crazier with the cameras in battle.
Yeah. Well, and if you didn't like it, you could always disable it too, or minimize how much camera motion there was.
I forgot you could do that actually.
I've never done it. I mean, I think the extra angles are fun.
Yeah, I was watching someone do the first like blind playthrough of 8, and I still appreciated them.
I've definitely gotten a little lost in this ship. Oh, that's this is an interesting cat creature lady.
Oh, and then Rocky, which is like arguably the mascot monster for this game.
Oh, really? Like it doesn't really look like anything from the back.
Yeah, from the front, it's kind of cute though.
Well, she's like kind of creepy with her like head like her. She's like kind of got her hand out like a zombie, and it's just like, ugh.
There's actually a second variety of that enemy that I think looks similar, but it's doing like a different battle pose.
Huh. Okay, I think I'm getting near.
Would you rather stay locked in a room or stop brushing your teeth for the rest of your life?
Would you rather stay locked in a room or stop brushing your teeth for the rest of your life? I mean,
I'm just gonna go with the teeth, I guess. Stop brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
I need details about this room.
Yeah.
That's gonna depend. That's gonna change a lot of answers here.
I mean, I'm a bit of a homebody, but even I don't think I would want to be in a room for the rest of my life. I mean, you could just, you just rip the Band-Aid off and just, get your teeth removed and do dentures instead. Boom, problem solved.
I mean, I've heard that isn't a lot of fun, but I don't really know the details there.
I mean,
so.
my grandma had dentures for most of her life, so I think it was fine.
Can you clean your dentures if you do that? That might be cheating.
I mean, if you don't brush, yeah. I mean, you can clean them anyway as long as it's not brushing.
I've had a retainer and I have a mouth guard now, and those you can just put in like a solution of water and hydrogen peroxide, and that will mostly, like if you do it weekly, like once a week, it'll mostly take care of anything. So no brushing involved.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess you still have to. I mean, I guess if you were just saying cleaning in general, then yeah, okay.
I mean, and maybe you could have someone else brush your dentures for you.
Maybe you could have someone brush your teeth for you.
I mean, it is, I mean, there's some good workarounds here.
Let's choose the teeth thing, and then we just brush each other's teeth. Then we can leave the room.
we solved the escape room. Just brush each other's teeth.
I have actually never done an escape room, but there's one guy I follow on Twitch who makes some pretty one. He plays a lot of Mario ROM hacks, but then he's made two really crazy ones. They're called and you might have seen them in a GDC, Grand Poo World 1 and 2. Familiar. Grand Poo World 2, so this guy, he goes by the name Barbarous King. He made one he made it for his friend Grand Pooh Bear, and who's another streamer. And in the second game, there's actually this crazy like escape room type puzzle. And apparently because Grand Pooh Bear really likes them, and so that was like my first exposure to it, which was in a ROM hack, and it was really weird. But it was actually kind of cool too.
I'm noticing that there seems to be no like behind buildings state here. Like I wonder if the PS1 version is like this, where it's just like what? I'm like walking in front of the building, like
I'm pretty sure.
It looks like I should be behind the buildings, but I'm not.
I'm pretty sure that was the case in PS1 as well.
So what was I doing again? Central Gate, okay. I ain't gonna lie, I do like that story menu.
It's great, and that's why I think like this version I can actually recommend to people.
I mean, I don't necessarily want that much hand holding in all RPGs, but I can admit it's nice in this, because I can see, I mean, how this is a bit of an obtuse game.
Yeah. And that was, I mean, I think that's why such a strong community formed around this game. So there's been a community on Game FAQs for this game for like, I guess over 20 years now. I'm pretty sure some of the same people are still there. And I think it's because we all played the game back in the 90s. And we were just like, what the hell is going on? We had to figure this out.
It's like, this is, I mean, this is the one game that I can spend my money on for half a year. I'm getting something out of this.
And so I think, we all had that experience of playing this game for the first time, whichever character we played as, and just being like, what is going on, or like getting completely destroyed.
Oh, God. The instruction manual is like not like all that dense or anything, They
should have shipped it like Earthbound with an inside.
Yeah.
I like how casual he is about this.
So wait, is he like dead, or is he just somewhere else?
He died.
Why did he die?
It's actually related to another scenario, but like there was an explosion in his lab, Yeah, I think someone was trying to erase some evidence, and unfortunately, he got caught up in the explosion.
Huh.
And so, yeah, and then he's just like, "Oh, don't worry, I had to back up my mind in this robot just in case." And it's like, wait, what?
Huh. So there really are some connections and things that happen like between these scenarios. I mean, I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and some of the new content actually makes that more apparent, but I can't say any more without, I guess, like giving away too much.
You know, I don't think it's, you know, by the same guy, but isn't Live Alive like kind of like this, where it's like a bunch of like seemingly unrelated scenarios that kind of come together?
Yeah, and I saw someone streaming it the other day just a little bit, and they were playing as a robot, so
Yeah.
yeah.
I think there are. I think they're like. Yeah, I think that, like, I don't even know if they all take place in the same time or something. I don't know. I have not played much of the game, but
I don't know much about it.
I haven't.
But I do know, yeah, I think there's a caveman. So,
Yeah.
yeah, clearly different time periods.
Oh,
There's a
Leonard,
caveman and a robot.
Leonard is in the party. Is he a mech?
Yep.
Okay.
And he's got weird bug eyes. And that's the one time
to you
I
to
would
guide
actually
you
say
around
he
the
looks
things
worse
that
in the
you can't
remaster
go
because that wasn't
through.
really the appearance in the original.
You.
Like, it actually kind of, I guess, yeah, like, when I joined my team, I was like, oh my god, this is the one bad thing about the upscaled sprites. But otherwise, they're good.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. His HP isn't too good right now, though.
So you can fix that with equipment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what all. I mean, if no one else is using this, so I just don't know if I'm going to put him in my party or not.
Yeah, you can just decide whether or not to use him because again, he's a mech, so you have a bit of leeway there.
Yeah.
He does have actually a jumpsuit is really, a jumpsuit is actually pretty nice for robots.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's why I was kind of thinking, like, oh, should I go back to, let's see, Techfish.
And Leonard and Engineering Car are both Type 6 mechs, although I think they have slightly different abilities. Wait, no, is he a Type 6? I think he's a Type 6. I guess you can check in his status. I think they're both Type 6.
Let's see here.
But I think, yeah, I
Right.
think since
Oh yeah, I don't really need that because I don't have more abilities, so.
But because they're both Type 6, they serve similar functions, except I think him having a beam sword is unique to him. Yeah, Engineer Car I don't think has a beam sword.
It definitely feels like we're moving along in this story pretty quickly, with there only being so many spots left.
Yeah, the rest are just dungeons, and so those can go on for a little bit. And I think between those dungeons is when you can like grind, so to speak, or go explore areas, or like try to learn new abilities.
But hold on,
Because
it's not actually telling me what to do next, oddly enough.
Oh, it isn't?
I don't think so. Unless something
remember-
happens
oh.
while I leave the building. Oh. We like teleported to some other place when we left.
Oh yeah, okay, I forgot
Sneak
that.
into Tartaros.
Yeah. So this is a unique dungeon.
Oh, okay. Because I guess there's like no other way to get here.
Yeah. And so it's
Would
specific
you rather
for
meet your year's
T260.
younger
There
sibling
are
for the
some
first
mechs
time
here
or
that have
find your
unique
lost son?
abilities.
Would you rather meet your year's younger sibling for the first time or your lost son?
I wouldn't.
I don't know which one I would be less upset about discovering to be true.
I think the sibling would be less upsetting, and then also you're probably not expected to be responsible for them.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, so one thing I will warn about T260's scenario is that you can easily get to the final boss and not be strong enough for it. And he does have one of the harder final bosses,
Oh, really?
but not but not impossible. It's also the coolest final boss in the game, in my opinion.
Oh.
Like, do you think I'm like definitely like rushing through this like too quickly to like really be in a good state for the final boss, or do you think if I just like generally fight the monsters that I'm coming across and staying the course as I am, I'll probably be okay? I mean, because the regular battles are, aside from the like when I got that battle with all those bats, like otherwise have not been hard.
Yeah, it depends on the rank. I think, the final boss is just a step above most of the other things in this scenario.
If you get to the final boss, you're like, can't do it. Can you leave that dungeon or no?
No, and in fact, there's like 2 dungeons, and so that's another thing that this remaster does. Is it warns you with like red text, like warning, if you go to this area, you cannot leave.
That's
so you'll know.
I always appreciate being informed about points of no return.
Yeah, and this game has a lot of them, and so that's really appreciated. In the original, of course, it did not tell you. So you could just get there and you could be stuck. And also in the original, each character's save took up 2 memory card slots.
Wait.
So that was another.
Oh, oof! Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, it was not great. Like the funny thing is the system data takes up 1, and then every character is 2. So I guess if you did all 7 characters, you would fill up an entire memory card, but with just 1 save per character. I think I had like 2 memory cards devoted to SaGa Frontier, and I didn't even do all.
I mean, I only ever had 2 PS1 memory cards until like just a few years ago.
I think I have 3, maybe 4. But yeah, the 2. I'm pretty sure 2 of them were devoted to this, and that's another really nice thing about the remasters. It gives you so many save slots. In fact, I think there's enough that like for each page, because you can just like scroll over if you go right. I just have each page devoted to a character, so they can have like up to 4 or 5 slots, or 5 saves.
I have a thing that came out, I think it was last year. It's called the Mem Card Pro, and it has a micro SD card slot on it.
Nice.
And I have not copied all my old saves to it yet, but like I've started, like I played Parasite Eve last year, and that was the first game that I just used completely from scratch for it. And I just I made it makes like the smallest SD card you could buy is like basically enough for forever.
I'm not surprised. You got Combat Master.
And it makes like each game that you load up, it like automatically makes like 16 virtual memory cards for that one game. So like every time I saved, or almost every time I saved in Parasite Eve, I just like saved to a completely separate block. And so because like I like to make multiple saves just so I can like go back to like mid-game points for like recording video footage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so I have like I've got like probably like 30 some Parasite Eve saves just because I can. And it's no consequence. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I think for a game for like Parasite Eve is also, I feel like, the kind of game where you want to do that because isn't it very linear and there's a lot of areas you can't go back to?
You actually,
from what I remember,
you actually can go back to more places than you'd think. In fact, I'm not sure if you're really ever locked out of...
It might be the second game then.
Yeah, I
areas you can't get back to.
Say
like,
what?
Like sections. There, I think there's like some sections of some areas that you can't get back to at certain events.
But like it is constant because you have like the world map. Like you can go to a lot of places.
Eve was such a weird game because it was very clearly very experimental.
Yeah, I mean it's oh, is this gonna be a triple tap? Whoa, I think we just said whoa. That was nice.
Yeah, combos are very powerful.
You know,
I was saying-
normally I actually don't really care for like cursor memory in RPGs, but some games it's actually very useful, and this is one because it's like, oh, now I can like actually easily recreate that awesome thing that just happened.
Yeah, and then there's also the combo menu to remind you, which I keep forgetting about because it wasn't in the original. I think in the Japanese version. So interestingly enough, actually the way the combos work, the way they're named is different. So in the original Japanese version, it would just stack all the names of your like techniques used in it on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then it does that in this version, but then in the original, there wasn't enough character space for like certain longer combos with longer technique names. And apparently in some cases in the original Japanese version, the game could crash for some combos because there would be too many characters even in Japanese.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so in the original, it was actually just named based on how many people were participating in the combo. So there was like level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. But this one, it changed. And so I keep forgetting to use the combo menu because it wasn't in the original. I'm just not used to it. But it is very useful.
How do I do have to admit, I enjoy not dealing with the monster changing his forms all the time.
Yeah, it can be really annoying, especially if if you don't have a set thing in mind. Then it's just...
like I don't feel invested in like figuring out like what I would even want to be doing with his character. And I feel like when I'm playing this game, not streaming, like I feel like I'm going to be paying much more close attention to like my skills and abilities and managing that in the menu a little bit more. Like when I'm streaming, like I'm like, I guess more self-conscious about like spending too much time in like menus or something.
Yeah,
I'm just I just want to move along, even though I could probably be managing these characters a little bit better.
Just make sure that Gen's slots don't fill up, and just because, again, he's one of the better... Well, yeah, I would say in general he's one of the better human characters for learning skills, so that's why his slots fill up so fast.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing and a bad thing.
I should probably try using some gun skills with what's her name? Mei Ling.
Yeah, just so...
Because she's not learning any new magic.
Yeah, that's true, but she should be able to learn new gun skills. You don't need any mastery for that.
I've been really slacking on doing anything interesting with her.
For the most part, I think you're okay, and worst comes to worst, you get enough mechs where you can replace like a bunch of your humans with mechs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I was, going from the character select screen, I was like not expecting there to be like multiple robots joining your party and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think they did it to suit this. So this is the one scenario where you can recruit the most mechs.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. the mech story.
Yeah, and then like the dungeons you go to tend to have a lot of mechs. So they want you to learn. They want you to learn new mech skills for your mechs. Whereas, like, I've used T260 and Engineer Car, you can also recruit in other scenarios. I've used them and had a harder time in other scenarios, like, getting skills for them. And also, T260 can only change body types in their scenario. So if you recruit them in any other character, they're like, only the Type 1 body. Yeah, I mean, you can have a team of all mechs. In fact, the good thing about Type 6 mechs is that they are designed to support other mechs, so they have the ability to heal other mechs.
Oh, that is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, I've been finding that, like, at least with these regular encounters, I'm usually finding, like, either either it's really, really easy, or it's like, oh no, I'm doomed, I better run away.
That is how this game is a lot of the time. Yeah, either it's like a cakewalk, or you're getting destroyed. And yeah, I will say one thing about the final boss in this scenario is that it does a lot of damage. So it's good to have, like, the ability to heal.
Yeah. Well, I at least have healing items. Oh, I think she just learned a new gun skill. I do like the idea of oh wait, that's the wrong menu. I do like the idea of using guns, a mage that uses guns.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I didn't think about that until the stream, and I'm like, yeah,
makes sense.
Gun mages.
Although I really don't like how magic in Final Fantasy 15 is grenades.
Don't you stock up at the campfire or the inn or something?
I honestly, I used magic during the tutorial in that and never touched it again. Because I'm like, wait, like magic is friendly fire. Like it's just not worth it.
I didn't know that. Jeez.
Yeah, so I was just like, nope. And then I was fine never using it, so.
That's interesting because, so I actually haven't played 15, but I've played Final Fantasy Record Keeper. And yeah, none of the characters in 15 that you can recruit, like, I think only 2 of them use magic.
I mean, I think anyone could use magic in 15. I think. I'll be honest. I rank of the 15 numbered Final Fantasies. 15's my least favorite.
That bad.
Yeah, I did not love it. I mean,
yeah, I'm not sure if I'll play it.
It's got some qualities that I don't hate, but it's I just like, it's so weird because I felt like I never really got the combat. I never really understood it, but at the same time, like, I only died a handful of times, so it's like, well, maybe I did understand it and there just wasn't that much to it. I don't know.
I think I have heard that from people.
But I didn't feel like I understood it.
I think I did hear that from other people, actually, that they didn't like understand it too well, but they also just didn't die that much.
Yeah, like.
Have you played 7 Remake?
I have.
So how was that? I'm assuming that was a lot better and more refined.
I mean, I like it. I mean, I still probably would have ultimately liked I probably would have preferred a turn-based system overall, but I mean, I liked it. I mean, it's well designed. You know, the some of the dungeons overstay their welcome a little bit, but like, you know, it was fun seeing the reimagined, you know, see old scenes and settings and stuff. Like, just the visual aesthetic of it is really well reimagined for sure. You know, I definitely have certain misgivings about certain things about it, but I like 7 Remake.
Yeah, I liked it from what I've seen in streams, and again, I don't have a PS4. I plan to get a PS5 someday, maybe, if I can find one. I know. Yeah, so I haven't played it yet, but I've watched people stream it, and the funny thing is, when I got a Switch, I knew I was pretty much making a decision, but yeah, I think at that time I knew I was making a decision between Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition and Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I have no regrets. Even though I love 7.
I forgot how into Xenoblade you were.
Yeah, I played through the Definitive Edition last year, like blasted through it. I was actually kind of sad that it only took me 2 months. I was like, oh, I'm done.
I definitely liked it. You know, my second time around, you know, playing it on the Switch more than I did the first time on the Wii. Like, I liked it well enough on the Wii, but like, it wasn't like, you know, oh my gosh, this is like the best thing ever to me, you know. But I liked it. But I feel like I got more into it the second time for sure.
There were a lot of quality of life changes in that version too. Kind of like this, but like not as many.
And the menus were just like so much better designed in general.
Yeah, oh my god. I think because in the original, the menus were designed for like the Wiimote
Would you rather be the smartest person in the room
and
or
it
the
was
funniest?
just terrible.
Would you rather be the smartest person in the room or the funniest?
Smartest. I don't need to be funny.
I mean, I don't think this is necessarily implying that you are acquiring a higher, you know, funniness level or a higher intelligence level. It's just assuming that the people in the room are either less smart than you or less funny than you.
That's a good point. Still smartest.
I mean, I feel like I would be in pretty lame company if if I was the smartest or funniest in the room.
That's a good point.
That's like the other way to look at it. It's like the curse, where like everyone around you is an idiot or boring. Or something.
Yeah, that would kind of okay. I can see why funniest might be better because, well, you know, if they're not funny, at least they might not be stupid.
Yeah. The greater good.
But yeah, about Xenoblade DE, I mean, so what I really liked about it was, well, the better, I think keeping track of side quests was better as well, and then the new art style was so much better, like the new character models, like, oh my god.
Yeah, I was really happy with how that turned out. Have you played Xenoblade X or Xenoblade 2?
No, I have Xenoblade 2 because I bought it virtually because Nintendo had a sale like last year or end of 2020. But again, this is like, I have all these things that are like, okay, I need to finish my dissertation and then I can do this. And then, yeah, that keeps getting pushed back, but hopefully
I had a really hard time getting into Xenoblade 2. Like, I had a hard time, like, getting into the battle system. I've heard that it kind of expands and is better later on, like, in terms of, like, what you can do. But, like, I played, like, maybe, like, 14-ish hours of it, I think, and like I just could not get into the battle system. But I do hear it gets better. I really liked the battle system in Xenoblade Chronicles X. Like, I feel like it's one of my favorite like real-time RPG battle systems I've seen. Like, the people definitely criticize it for like the structure of the game, like being very MMO-like, and the story was like not really a focus of the game in general.
Yeah.
But I really I liked sort of the class system. I like sort of the balance between like melee and ranged combat, and like how you like interact with your party members in combat. Like it's very weird, but once you get it, it's just like really fun and satisfying to play.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't mind if the battle system is good, and I know the exploration is good.
Yeah, the exploration is great in that.
So yeah, I think I would enjoy that, even if the story is not that great. I do anticipate not getting as much into Xenoblade 2, just because, one, yeah, there's the battle system. Another thing I know people complain about is the field skills and how they gate off, I think, which areas you can access.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Grind them? Yeah, that was the thing I didn't know about. And then the other thing is it's a lot more anime than
it's definitely a lot more anime. Yeah.
Yeah, and Rex does not seem nearly as appealing as a main character as Shulk was.
He has a Scottish accent though.
This is true. But I mean, I like Shulk's. I think he has like a regular, like a standard London accent or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So there's some bosses coming up, so you may want to save just to be, although you get autosave, but just to warn you.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure if anything I've done up to this point like qualifies as a boss per se.
You did fight the guys in the factory, but yeah, they haven't been too boss-like, but these are bosses. I guess mini bosses.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of a boss before I cut the guy down with a steel pipe.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, Xenoblade 2, that's the thing that bugs me, because when one of the things that really appealed to me about Xenoblade when I first played through it is there were so many moments where I was expecting this really stupid like anime trope to play out, and then it didn't. And so that was like really what got me enamored with it, was that the writing seems pretty mature. Or I guess comparatively mature. So yeah,
I liked how it kind of felt like it kind of felt like, an RPG story that would have been written like more like in the 90s or something. Like there was this kind of just big fun plot, that wasn't like, I don't know, it almost felt like of a scope that a lot of other more recent RPGs like couldn't really pull off anymore, because like, like the technical complexity had become so much that like, I like Final Fantasy 12 and Final Fantasy 13, but like I feel like they are somewhat lacking in scope of the earlier games that had like much simpler visuals and much simpler representation of the action, and they were able to have this like larger game with sort of a broader scope, I guess.
Yeah, I do agree there.
And
I think
I feel like Xenoblade like kind of felt like a throwback to that in a way.
Yeah, and I think it helped that it was originally developed for the Wii in, standard definition.
Yeah.
Like, I did not, when I played it on Wii, I did not, and I had already played, I had a nice TV that I still own, and I played Final Fantasy 13, I played Tales of Vesperia, but I did not mind at all the fact that Xenoblade was in standard definition. Like, the world was just so big. It almost seemed to make up for it. So it was really nice in the definitive edition to get it in HD, and the world is so damn big.
Yeah.
Playtime.
It was like, oh, I get to have everything I wanted. Yeah, I will probably play through it again at some time, just because I feel like I have to. Like, what was it? I think Hojo plays Xenogears, or at some point he plays Xenogears once a year, and I'm like, maybe I need to play Xenoblade twice a year. Or, sorry, every 2 years. No, sorry, every 2 years. Every 2 years. Yeah, because it's still my favorite RPG or my favorite game of all time. It like really surprised me. I was not expecting it to be as good as it was.
Yeah. Like I say, I definitely appreciate it even more the second time. The second time being, when I played on Switch.
Yeah. And yeah, there's a lot more to appreciate in the definitive edition. I think what also
I'd love to see Last Story get a modern port as well, because I actually feel like I liked that one. I think that was I liked that more than Xenoblade. I mean, the games aren't really comparable in any real way other than that, they were kind of released at this, sort of this time period. And is this a boss? This feels like a boss.
Yeah, this is a boss.
It felt like a random encounter, actually.
I know. It's like a regular. I mean, not regular. That mech sprite isn't super common.
So is this the boss you were talking about?
Yeah, this is one of them.
Oh, good thing that it's doing autosaves.
Yeah, that is really nice.
Oh, he just learned something new.
But I think one reason I also like Xenoblade had such an impact on me was because the time I played it, like just like a lot of stuff had happened, and that was like when things were calming down for me. And also I was working full time, so it took me like 4 months to get through the game. So I had a lot of time to, like, when I was at work, like stew over, like the part I'd been through. Whereas there are other games like Star Ocean, I think earlier that year I played through Star Ocean 4, and I marathoned that in 9 days. I think I took a 2-day break, so it was like 7 days. Because I was unemployed at the time, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna play through one of my RPGs. And the story in Star Ocean 4 is terrible, but because I went through it so quickly, I didn't have much time to reflect on it. So I really just remember the fun parts of the combat. So I'm glad that it took me more time to play Xenoblade, and then Star Ocean 4 I just blasted through. There's no time to reflect on how bad it is, how bad the story is, and the characters. Oh my god. It was like, sometimes I felt like the developers were trolling me and putting in every bad Japanese RPG trope they could think of. It was so bad. But the combat was fun. And I actually, I stopped using Edge partway through, and so Raimi is like the secondary, like, love interest female character, and she uses a bow, and it turns out that you can, like, you can have her prioritize critical hits. And so, like, late in the game, all I did was just stand back with her in battle and, like, spam critical hits. And it was great.
I still have yet to actually play through a Star Ocean game. Actually, I think the only one I own is, just the Super Famicom version of the original for whatever reason. Because it's cheap. But, like, no, I've not actually played through one. Although I am definitely interested.
I would recommend First Departure R, which I think is on Steam and maybe Switch. I can't keep track of, like, what platforms ports are on anymore. So First Departure got a remake that's essentially in the Star Ocean 2 engine on PSP, and then they ported the PSP version and updated some things in that version, and that's the better one. For some reason, they haven't done that for Star Ocean 2, which also got a PSP port, and I'm hoping they do that, and then maybe I'd play through them again. But honestly, like, I've played Star Ocean.
He's just like... He just sawed this guy that's just like dead on the floor to reduce his LP, I guess.
Okay, that's good that First Departure R is on Switch. Maybe I should play that. Maybe, I don't know. I actually have played through both versions of Star Ocean 1.
I feel like my chances of coming out of this alive are nothing.
Yeah, I think this is the first really difficult enemy, so you have to be a bit more strategic.
Yeah, I didn't even know that it was a boss when I first got into this fight, so... Like, I thought it was just a random enemy walking around.
And it does just look like a random enemy, yeah, and you have, like, no indication that these guys are even coming. So you can load... Yeah, you can...
Oh, okay, it like auto-saved after...
Oh, wow.
The previous encounters.
I didn't know that. I know it did that. Huh, that's
Yeah.
impressive. So yeah, I think after this dungeon, you would benefit from just like building up your human characters a bit more.
Yeah, probably. I'm kind of debating. Well, first of all, I'm going to make a save a little further from the enemy over here. I wonder, because like for one, Mei Ling is out of WP. That was part of the. Do I have to fight this enemy?
I think you have to, but they have good programs you can download for your mechs.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, we are getting close to midnight. Also, oh crap, there's an email I have to send that I almost forgot.
I might actually wander around a little bit more before seeing about dealing with that enemy. Because, see, I was starting to just use regular attacks with my human characters because they were running low on WP or whatever.
You could switch them out for one of your other mechs, and then they will regenerate it.
Oh, how does that? How's the regeneration work?
I think a certain percentage after every battle they regain that.
Oh, okay. But I mean,
And
even if they're in my party, I assume they regain, right?
Not if they're in your active battle party, and like if they're participating in battle, they're not gaining any WP. If you switch them out into your secondary party and then use your first party, because you can actually switch between parties
During battle. Or
no,
at the start of battle.
Yeah, the start of battle. And so if you have them in the off team or the team that's not fighting, they will regain a certain percentage of their WP. But yeah, I'm glad that you did pick T260 because I think it's at least more straightforward, and so you did make a good amount of progress, even just like your first
I felt like I've moved along pretty far here. It's at least straightforward when you have that story tab in the menu. That's for sure.
Yeah, and again, even the story tab leaves some things out, like make sure you talk to Leonard in Type 1 body.
Yeah. Yeah, I should maybe move some of these characters. Like, I'll just take her out because she has no HP at all. Or WP. Interesting though.
Marky? There's still a few, I forget how many. There's like 2 or 3 5-hour streams
That are claimed.
That are, supposedly still happening.
I'm glad I finally got mine out of the way. I just had to wait for SaGa Frontier to get ready. Yeah, I was thinking this or Final Fantasy III Pixel Remaster, but I was like, I think SaGa Frontier would be more interesting.
Oh yeah, and I don't have that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Probably doesn't buy digital games.
I mean, it's not. I mean,
Would you rather be able to talk to animals or
This
plants?
is digital, actually. I think you can't buy it.
Oh, but you can look at my Switch dashboard and see the little card next to it.
Oh.
It's the Asian physical.
Yeah, I saw that, but I did. Where did you get it? Because I didn't want to use PlayAsia.
I think it was PlayAsia though, because I think the problem was you had to get what they call the Asia physical, which is like you can't get it on like Amazon Japan. Because like I think the Japanese version, because sometimes that happens where sometimes that happens where like the Japanese version doesn't have English, but the Asia version does. And I don't know where else you can get that other than like PlayAsia is the only site that I know of. I mean, there's got to be other ways, but that's the only site I know of.
Yeah, I didn't want to give them money for various reasons, so I was just like, I'll be happy with my digital version.
Well, I mean, I buy digital games sometimes, but usually not like full price ones. Like I buy like little dinky, cheap games sometimes if they're interesting ones. But I'm holding out hope for a physical version, even though I would have to deal with the horrible font. But I would buy it.
So my problem with that font, it's like they anticipated needing twice as much space in their the text box and other areas of the interface than they actually need. And if you switch it with the Japanese, I guess full width alphanumeric, which usually looks terrible, it looks good because then it looks like, okay, the font actually, like the text actually fits in properly in the boxes. Otherwise, it always seems like there's so much of the text box of like even the menu or the text box left. It's like you didn't need like this ultra narrow font. Drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely not great looking.
No, I don't know why they did that. There's also a minor nitpick I have is for Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster, they messed. It seems like they did something because I'm pretty sure the tile for forests on the world map is different from it was in 3 at least. I think maybe in 1 and 2. It's like they used some of the grass tiling for the forest and it looks terrible, and I'm like, why did you change this between like 3 and 4? It's a very minor thing, but someone pointed it out and I can't unsee it.
Oh no, another one of these things.
Yep.
What?
There's multiple.
Oh my gosh. And here I am not even with like my main party, but I mean there's only 2 characters swapped out, but still.
Say, mech can, if you equip them with decent stuff, they can pack a punch.
It's just that I haven't fought with them yet.
Oh yeah, I would say in the future, one thing you can do with T260 is you can give him a sword. And
I actually gave that to Leonard.
Oh, okay, that's good too.
Just to try, because I mean it was a pretty powerful sword. So.
Although I think he has a beam sword, so he has like a default sword he can use.
Oh really?
Yeah, so if you give that to T260, he can learn a skill called multi-slash. And with combat mastery, multi-slash is very powerful. Like, really powerful. It can also combo into itself, and you can do some stupid things with multi-slash combo. It is probably one of my favorite mech skills, and you can kind of just face roll with it.
Yeah, that guy's already dead.
Oh yeah, the Zeke doesn't have much HP. I think Zeke's thing is just that he's really fast.
Well, Leonard's dead.
And I remember that engineer car can heal mechs.
Yeah. I was attempting to make use of that previous time I was fighting one of these. Do these things respawn?
No.
Okay.
If they did, then I would take advantage of that and learn mech skills from them.
Oh,
but no.
yeah.
Poor Leonard. Poor engineer car.
Yeah. Man, like dual techs are really powerful.
Yeah, and then if you go to 3 or 4 character combos, yeah, it gets pretty crazy.
But I don't know if we're gonna be managing to pull off another one of those at this point.
I forgot they use Earthquake. Jet boots can protect from that.
I thought I had them equipped though.
You might have had them on someone else?
I thought I did.
know.
Oh, it actually got stunned. Maybe we have a chance.
Oh, nice. Oh, Gen has it, because he's not being hit by it.
Oh. I could have swore I put it on T260.
I actually totally forgot that these guys did Earthquake. Like, I remember that they were a little more difficult, but I forgot that they did use this move. And worst comes to worst, you have that save back in Manhattan that you can use, because I think that was right before this part.
I mean, I think I will be able to manage, especially like, you know, because I've got like at least one WP recovery item.
Sanctuary Stone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
those
like,
are rare, but I think you get more than one in this scenario, so you're fine.
So I may consider using that if it comes down to it.
Yeah, so characters don't die, they don't permanently like die if their LP goes to 0. It just means you can't use them in battle, but then you can go to the end and replenish it. And I think that was even the case in the original, so this game is nice about that.
Well, I guess we're not going to be beating any of them bosses tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we got pretty far.
Well, we got pretty far. I mean, I'm pleased with how far we got, and that I had help on the line for at least halfway understanding some of this game's weirdness.
There's plenty more weirdness, and a lot like are specific to scenarios too.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely like, so, you know, since I'll be resuming this off stream, I feel like there's certain like more nuts and bolts sort of aspects that I'll probably absorb a little better. I sometimes find it a little hard to absorb certain types of information in a stream context. So
yeah, understand that.
So, but still, this was still the right way to get the game started for sure, because it does not explain itself very well.
Yeah, and even in the remaster, yeah. There, and I can link in the Discord. I mean, you don't have to use it. There is a good website just with some resources on this game, and I think most usefully it just lists some things that are helpful to know.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, thanks again, Kasumi. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. For, you know, first 5-hour directorship in a long time, and maybe not the last. We'll see.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was good having you on here again.
Yeah, I know it's been a long time.
We can't get Thai for food at MagFest too often.
Oh my God, I miss MagFest. They actually had it this year, but I was like, there's no way I'm going.
Yeah, did you see that announcement? They like tweeted a link to their website that was like, the following rooms were found to have people that later tested positive for COVID-19, and it was like the entire building.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Yeah. I think 2016 was the last one I went to, which I do want to go again sometime, but yeah, it's just, well, even without the pandemic, I probably wouldn't have gone. But yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oh yeah. But yeah, don't be a stranger. Pop on into the streams whenever you can.
Yeah, I will. And good luck in SaGa Frontier.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, good night, everyone.
Good night, Backloggery. How do you break every man's triumph? What? That would mean it's not in my Dropbox either. Are we on mic still? Or can they just hear me? Oh, good. Hi, Chad. This is what I've been coughing like. Uh, so try can't get every man's trying to work. Let me see if I can play it locally. Yeah, it works in my video player. Weird. Yeah. Good night, Backloggery.
Something's wrong with the G diffuser.